And just FYI, everybody, my internet connection is not.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's study session for Boulder City Council. I'm Councilmember Folkerts and I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. We have four items on our agenda tonight. The first will be the form-based code updates to implement the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. And our second is the municipal court / BPD quarterly update. And then finally, the rules amendments to council rules of procedure. Before we go into our work items, I would like to outline how this meeting will be conducted, which will be very efficiently. No, okay. We will review staff's presentation for each item, and then we will have time for questions. At the end of the presentation, we will conduct our council discussion with staff. If you have questions, please wait for staff to complete their presentation. I'll now turn to City Manager Navera Vandermine to introduce our first item.
Thank you so much, council member, and I'm going to do my best to try to keep us on track and not talk a lot. Our first item is sort of a follow-up on the form-based code work that's been done on East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, and with that, I believe I am going to KJ.
Great. Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, Council. Christopher Johnson, I'm the Comprehensive Planning Manager. I wanted to just have a very quick opportunity to sort of set the table a little bit for everybody and introduce Sarah Horn, who's a senior planner on the team and will be leading the presentation, and then also Leslie Oberholzer, who's our consultant from Codometrics. She'll be doing the second half of the presentation, and we'll really dive into some of the details of the form-based code. Really the opportunity here is that we've worked hard over the last several months and really particularly the last couple of weeks to get this draft set of code updates prepared and available to the public and to yourselves. We'll also be reviewing the planning board. And really, this is an opportunity to elicit your feedback and to learn from, where you stand and to hear from the community on this initial draft, we will be continuing to make revisions and refinements through the end of the summer with hopes of bringing a final set of recommendations later in the fall. So just to be clear, this is a draft and we're looking forward to the discussion. So with that, I will pass it off to Sarah Horn.
Hey, thank you, KJ. I'm gonna start the presentation. Can you see the presentation, everyone? All right. Well, hello, council members. I'm Sarah Horn, as KJ mentioned. I'm a planner on the city's comp plan team, and it's great to be with you this evening, my first time in front of you, to share updates on the East Boulder subcommunity plan zoning project. And the last time you heard about this project, Kathleen King was sitting in front of you with 2 kids at home. Today, she has 3, so she's busy there. And while she's out, I'm helping bring this project, keep bringing the project forward with an amazing team of colleagues. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And then to remind you that Kathleen was before you in October of 2023 to provide an overall description of the project. And then she came back in March of this year to discuss the zoning strategy. And tonight, as KJ mentioned, our focus is going to be the form-based code updates. And so in terms of our agenda, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the East Boulder sub-community planning process and how its recommendations have directed the proposed changes we're going to present to you tonight. Then Leslie will discuss the form-based code changes we're proposing in detail, and that's Leslie Oberholzer, who I think KJ mentioned, and she's our consultant from Codometrics. And once she's finished, I'll quickly touch on next steps and we'll have time for discussion. So just to reorient everyone really quickly to the area we're talking about, East Boulder is one of the 10 sub-communities in our city. It's on the east side of the city, and just on the screen, you can see it outlined in black on the left, and then on the right, just quickly, it's bounded by Foothills Parkway on the west, the airport on the north, Valmont City Park and the power station on the east, and Arapahoe on the south. And within these boundaries, the East Boulder sub-community planning process took about 3 years to complete from 2020 to 2022, and it included extensive community engagement and developed a vision for the future of the area. And based on the vision, the plan lays the groundwork to provide a good environment for business and industry, especially small scale industrial, like we're all very interested in keeping, and manufacturing spaces, life sciences and technical office space, to introduce housing opportunities in this location where it's traditionally been employment based. And to celebrate and support the unique character of East Boulder, and to foster better connections via the planned regional transit facilities within the area to the city and throughout the region. And there are 4 areas of change that were identified as part of the planning process. These are the locations where the community anticipates the greatest area of change in the future. They're highlighted in blue on the screen. As you can see here, there are 4, and Leslie is going to talk about them in a little more detail in a bit. And in order to facilitate and direct the change in these areas to be consistent with the community's vision, one of the recommendations included the consideration of the form-based code, which KJ mentioned. And the form-based code is intended to help enhance the character of East Boulder, to nurture housing opportunities where they are feasible, and to promote a more economically resilient and walkable place for everyone. And in tandem with the subcommunity plan adoption and related to the areas of change, the comprehensive land use map had to be updated to better align with the vision for East Boulder. The updates were made in locations in the areas of change, and they're outlined here in red. And the updates included the hatched purple areas, which is mixed use transit oriented development. And then the gray hatched areas within the red lines are mixed use industrial. And then in the other areas of the East Boulder subcommunity plan, there were no land use changes made to the land use map in the comprehensive plan. It was a lot of updates. So just to quickly review the process to date, along with the adoption of the subcommunity plan and the BVCP land use map, we also updated the transportation master plan connections plan to align with the subcommunity plan. And so this kind of helps all the documents talk to each other and make sure they're all kind of headed in the same direction, which is the vision the community has for the area. And that brings us to now. We're working on the first major implementation step to help realize the vision and all of that previous planning work that we've done, and that's the future zoning strategy and the form-based code updates. So the last time we came to you, as I mentioned earlier, Kathleen reviewed the first component, the draft zoning strategy, which involves making strategic edits to the use table to allow preferred uses from the plan. And then it also creates a roadmap to apply new zone districts in the area of change as properties come forward with substantial redevelopment or new development proposals. And tonight, we're going to focus on number 2, the draft form-based code updates, and that's where we need your feedback. And to help inform your discussion in terms of community engagement, just quickly, I know Kathleen talked about community engagement last time, but we held 4 focus group meetings early in the process. We've had 3 technical advisory committee meetings, and we held our last meeting this Monday to review the draft. We conducted a business survey earlier this spring in East Boulder to understand how the businesses, especially manufacturing and small industrial businesses, use their spaces. We held virtual office hours last week, and we posted the public review draft online on May 28th, and that will be online for comment until June 21st. And then just quickly, some of the requests that we've heard and are addressing through the form-based code, or the desire for more flexibility in terms of design to accommodate creativity in manufacturing and production spaces, providing process predictability, and providing spaces for micromobility. And those are just 3. This slide has a few more, but those are just 3 of some of the comments that we've gotten. And in terms of concerns, we've heard that there could be issues with our allocation of first floor to production space in some of the area, some of the floor height requirements, and concerns about whether residential should be required or optional in certain areas. And like I said, these aren't the only comments, but they provide a general overview of the types of feedback we're getting. And some of the feedback that we've gotten and that is on this slide is also being addressed through the zoning strategy and the use table updates. And then Leslie is going to walk you through the draft updates in just a moment. And this is the question we want you to keep in mind as she's doing that. Do you have questions or comments on the draft form-based code updates as they relate to the East Boulder sub-community plan recommendations? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie.
Good evening. I'm going to turn off my video just because my internet is a little bit laggy. I'm going to highlight some revisions that we're recommending to the form-based code, as Sarah mentioned. These are mainly focused on how the code is intended to assist with the implementation of the East Boulder sub-community plan, but it also includes addressing some general updates to the form-based code. But first off, I always find it's helpful to just sort of revisit what a form-based code is meant to accomplish. Form-based code regulations are typically organized around building types, building bases, or building frontages, defining specifically how a building is designed to relate to the public realm of the street or other defined outdoor spaces. The intent is that the regulations will create outcomes that are fairly predictable in terms of building massing, building scale, permeability, and quality of the buildings. But the regulations are not intended to design the buildings completely. And it is a misnomer that form-based codes ignore building uses. Because the building form is clearly defined, they can often accommodate more of a variety of uses. Additionally, form-based codes often guide where in a building uses are most appropriate. For example, in the ground story only, in the rear of the building, or in the upper stories only. Appendix L of the city's land use code includes a map defining where the form-based code applies. As Sarah mentioned, the form-based code in East Boulder is intended to serve only the areas of change with the goal of implementing the sub-community plan. East Boulder is unique in that the rezoning is proposed to not occur with adoption of the form-based code. So at the time of redevelopment, prior to utilizing the form-based code, the applicant would initiate rezoning consistent with the future zone districts map in the sub-community plan, which I believe Kathleen presented to you in March. So this allows a current property and business owner to continue to use or adaptively reuse their property under their current zoning. The code allows exterior modification and, of course, maintenance, as well as moderate expansions and additions without triggering conformance with the form-based code. Use of the form-based code applies with more extensive modifications and additions and with new construction or redevelopment. So in order to modify the form-based code to implement the sub-community plan, we relied on many of the broad goals outlined in the plan, such as the provision of housing in the area or accommodating production businesses, which we'll talk about in a little while. But the sub-community plan also clearly defines certain desirable physical elements and characteristics
Leslie, we may have lost you. Are you still there?
Our business park.
There you go. Hey,
Leslie,
Oh, yeah.
we lost you there for a minute. Maybe you could start at the beginning of this slide again, connections.
Oh, okay. So let's see. I'm going to just jump to the transportation connections plan. What I'm basically saying here is that even though we relied on broad goals throughout the plan, there are two plans that specifically sort of created physical elements and characteristics that we want to implement in the form-based code. First is the transportation connections plan. And you can see that I've highlighted the areas of change here with the TOD area at Arapahoe and 55th, the Flatiron Business Park, and Belmont Park East and West. And then the second is the place types. The place types were defined in the sub-community plan and specifically for the areas of change. And the place types take the mixed use future land use designations from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan that Sarah showed you earlier, and take it several steps further by defining how land uses are intended to be mixed in each place, as well as some of the key sort of physical characteristics anticipated for those places, such as height and building orientation to the street. This place type information provides the basis for development of the form-based code for East Boulder, specifically the regulating plans. The regulating plans in the form-based code are the key to new development. The regulating plans define which building and base types are allowed where. They translate the new streets defined in the connections plan into A, B, and now C street frontages. And they locate other key elements geographically. So the first regulating plan that you see here is the 55th and Arapahoe area, the TOD serving the proposed BRT line planned along Arapahoe. This regulating plan locates specifically where ground story storefront bases are required. Those are the purple lines that you see kind of running along 55th and Arapahoe and the new Conestoga court extension. That's determined from the plan specifically pulled from the plan and the stamp plan, especially for that intersection. The light blue color that you see here defines the general building type locations. And a new workshop building was created to accommodate the industrial nature of the East Boulder area and is allowed in the innovation non-residential TOD place type that you see here shown in dark blue. So the light blue is the general building and the dark blue allows the workshop building or the general building to be used. You can also see a grid of streets anticipated to divide up these large blocks and create more permeability for pedestrians and cyclists through the area. And as you can see, each street has a separate sort of line type, which is the designation of either an A, B, or C frontage type. The A frontage type is the highest level of treatment. It's meant to be more pedestrian oriented with fewer driveways and all of the front doors sort of located on the A. The B is like a side street. It allows all those things. And then the C is like the back. It's where sort of the back of house activities can occur, which is one of the critiques that we heard of the other two form-based code areas. Like we need more places to put trash and garage entrances. The C Street is also the location where the workshop base that I'll show you in a minute may occur. So in this location, the general building allows for 5 stories up to the maximum of 55 feet. In all of the locations except for the areas south of Arapahoe, where you can see heights are limited to 4 stories because of the proximity to the neighborhood to the south. The Belmont Park East and West locations on either side of the park include specific areas intended mainly for residential directly abutting the park. That's the green that you see on the maps. The areas on the outside of those green locations accommodate a really wide variety of uses and include the workshop building or the general building, the workshop building in the kind of reddish color only. These are intended to sort of allow for a similar mix of uses that currently exist today, but in a more walkable format per the plan. We also have carried forward the enhanced paseo, the pedestrian and bicycle paseo that is planned for Boulder Junction along the north side of Goose Creek, should that area redevelop in the future. So that enhanced paseo extends here as well. So you can see it with the dotted line along the north side of Goose Creek on the Valmont Park West regulating plan. And the final regulating plan proposed for East Boulder is for the Flatiron Business Park area. This location includes three place types in the plan: the Innovation TOD along 55th, which would be mixed use with the general building in that sort of light blue color. And then the Main Street Live Workplace type is located in the plan along the east side of this area. On the regulating plan, it includes both the general building and the workshop building in the darker blue. It's limited to 4 stories in height and is intended again to accommodate a wide mix of uses, including production uses, residential and commercial uses. And then in the center, the destination workplace, which allows for both the general and the workshop buildings in the dark blue areas. We did revise the structure of the form-based code a bit to introduce base types. The idea behind the base types is to allow the bases to sort of plug into the ground floor of the buildings, which helps to reduce some of the repetition throughout the code. All A, B, and C frontages would accommodate one of these base types. The storefront base is essentially at grade with the sidewalk, has large windows, and must include specific uses such as retail, service-oriented, and production uses. The storefront base is required in specific locations per the regulating plans, as I referred to earlier, those sort of purple lines, but may be used elsewhere. The sort of default base is the general base, which has the same transparency requirements as the upper story. So you can see the base part is highlighted in green on the diagrams. And it allows the ground story to be elevated above the sidewalk to accommodate residential or office uses more comfortably. The new workshop base, which introduces garage access and somewhat lower requirements for entrances and transparencies, which is meant to accommodate kind of production businesses. And the workshop base is limited to C streets, so those sort of back side streets on the general building, but is allowed in sort of varying configurations on all frontages of the workshop building. So throughout those kind of dark blue areas and the red. One key revision that was made to the form-based code is the introduction of a variety of spaces along the street. Instead of a consistent straight street wall, which is, sort of the old school way of looking at form-based codes, on longer buildings, a streetscape plaza or a courtyard is required to break up the space. In East Boulder, the frontage setback areas are also more generous. The intent is to create more gathering spaces and increase the landscape along the street. 2 complaints that were heard from implementation of the form-based code in other locations. Additionally, this allows for a wider range of spaces to accommodate uses such as mobility hubs, bicycle parking, and outdoor dining. Another goal of the introduction of these deeper spaces along the streetscape is to allow for longer buildings. And longer buildings are more affordable to build than multiple smaller buildings. So they allow for a single sort of vertical circulation or single mechanical systems. And we were very conscious of the cost of development within the form-based code, especially in conjunction with the goal of more affordable housing. Without reducing design quality, the proposed changes organize frontages better than the previous code did. They allow for reduced transparency and different materials on facades that are not visible from the public realm. And then further on the sort of B and the new C streets, we've increased the flexibility of materials, especially because East Boulder has a more sort of industrial feel. We felt like we could introduce some other materials into the palette there. And finally, we've added a few measures to reduce the cost of submittals and the level of design that's required at the time of submittal. So these reductions will hopefully help with the goal of introducing housing and housing that is more affordable in East Boulder. With the new zoning districts for East Boulder, housing is allowed. The form-based code for East Boulder also carries forward the requirement from Alpine Balsam and Boulder Junction for residential uses in larger buildings. The requirement is limited to those locations where housing is allowed by zoning district, and they are limited by building type, so the general building and then the row building, in order to sort of balance the housing needs with the desire to retain the production uses in East Boulder. Which brings me to the final couple of slides related to an implementation measure unique to East Boulder. One of the stated goals of the subcommunity plan is to continue to provide small scale production spaces throughout East Boulder. Just to recap a few items that have already been mentioned, the form-based code areas of East Boulder are limited to the areas of change, those areas intended to introduce housing into East Boulder. The remaining areas of East Boulder are intended to remain as is with their existing zoning. Also, the form-based code does not kick in until larger additions or modifications or redevelopment occurs, meaning existing businesses can carry on with their current zoning. Further, the future zoning districts defined in the subcommunity plan, mainly the MU2 and MU4, include a really wide range of uses with many production uses and light manufacturing uses allowed within it. And then finally, the new workshop building and workshop base is intended to accommodate these uses in all of the form-based code areas to some degree. But I'd like to explain the new production space requirement that we hope to directly retain small business, small spaces for these kind of production uses. So as Sarah mentioned, a survey of local businesses provided us with guidance for the design of these spaces that can accommodate production needs. And some of the results are shown there in that kind of green box. Similar to the residential requirement in the form-based code, we've created a production space requirement. For now, we've defined that 10% of the ground story of larger buildings would be reserved for production space. And that space can occur in either the workshop or the storefront base. Those spaces are intended to be a mix of smaller scale spaces between 500 and 5,000 square feet per the survey results. And the spaces are intended to be reserved for this list of uses at this time. It's a pretty wide range of uses, including things like research and development and industrial, the full industrial classification, media production, art studios and workshops, as well as small theaters and production space. So we hope that we're still sort of workshopping or working with this production space requirement, but we're hope that this is a starting point to sort of figure out a way to maintain those spaces moving forward in all areas of East Boulder. I'll turn it back over to Sarah.
Well, thank you, Leslie. So just really quickly, before we get to the questions and discussion, I just wanted to go over the next steps with you. As I mentioned at the beginning, the public review draft is posted on the website and it's open for comment until the 21st. We're going to go to planning board next week on the 18th to review the draft with them. And as KJ mentioned earlier, we'll continue to collect feedback and make refinements over the summer, and we'll be back probably in the fall, depending on the refinements, with a final set of recommended updates. And those will come in a package. An amendment to the subcommunity plan will be needed, and it will require both planning board and council approval. And we'll have to add the future zoning map, which will be necessary to guide the rezonings as part of new development or substantial redevelopment in the areas of change, like we talked about. And there will also be an ordinance to amend Title IX of the Boulder Revised Code, and that will require planning board recommendation and council approval, and that will be to make updates to the form-based code, the use table, and any other relevant sections of the code that we have to update per regulation. So with that, I just want to remind us of the key question. Do you have questions or comments on the draft code updates as they relate to East Boulder, specifically as they relate to East Boulder, or generally if you have questions about that? So I'm happy to open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. I think it would be great if we could start with questions like we traditionally do. Does anyone have any questions that they want to kick us off with? I see Tina. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the information. It was really helpful. I had a couple of questions. One is when I went back to the original East Boulder plan from a year or two ago, there was mentioned a desire for parking maximums in some of these areas. Is that something that was discussed as part of this, or would that be outside of the form-based code piece?
Yeah, I can jump in quickly. Thanks for the question, Tina. That the parking requirements would be a separate code process to update. So we did not consider any parking requirements as part of the form-based code.
Okay.
Can I just jump in too? So I'm
Sure.
Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services. I will just add to Christopher's comments that we do, however, have a citywide review of transportation enhancements that include parking, and that will inevitably get into parking maximums and minimums and potential elimination.
Okay. And then another question I had is a little bit specific. And I love how we're adding more public spaces and more and some landscaping. Do we have an idea of who maintains the new additional space, particularly with the increased setbacks? Is that city maintained or do the owners maintain it? And then separately, I saw that the potential paseo would be public-private and it would be maintained by the private entity. And I am curious how that agreement looks, whether that's a written agreement or whether it's in code. Like if we talk about what the expectations are.
Yeah, I can start on that, and then Leslie or Kalani Pahoa is a principal planner with us on urban design. They may be able to speak to how the paseos work in Boulder Junction, which is another area where the form-based code applies. But as far as the any of these sort of outdoor spaces that would be on private property, but sort of seen as an expansion of the streetscape area, those would be maintained by the property owner, not necessarily by the city. There would be city maintenance within the right of way, but if it happens to those areas extend onto the private property, generally those are maintained by the property owner.
Okay, thanks. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Tina, and great job on timing and under 3 minutes. Mark, you're up next, and then Matt, and then Aaron.
I only have 3 questions. Do I understand correctly that every applicant is going to need to apply for new zoning for their project? Is that a misunderstanding on my part?
It could be. So there are certain areas of East Boulder. Well, the majority of East Boulder, is not covered by the form-based code. So those properties continue forward with their existing zoning. Within the areas of change, or within the areas where we propose for the form-based code to apply, the future zoning map identifies what would be the most appropriate zone district going forward based on the sub-community plan. Some of those are the same as what's there today. Industrial general as an example, and then there are some areas that would require a change in zoning, which essentially establishes the underlying uses. And then the form-based code would help to direct the physical form of the building. And I should just note that that requirement to come into compliance with that future zoning map and apply the form-based code would only apply if it's a substantial redevelopment. So an addition to a property that's more than 40% of the gross floor area, or a complete renovation or redevelopment of a site.
It is not the application for new zoning going to be extremely time consuming?
Generally, rezonings can be processed as part of a site review, so it does occur, currently under our existing processes.
Okay, my other question is the concept of required residential for buildings over 15,000 square feet. I have a recollection that when we last discussed this matter, we gave guidance that was to be an optional requirement, or not a requirement, it was to be optional for those types of projects. obviously, we've heard from a number of people who have a great deal of issue with respect to that requirement.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy you raised that, because as you have heard from property owners and others, we have as well, and started, to have those conversations around that topic. So when we, purposely went back and listened to the adoption hearings from the subcommunity plan at the end of 2022, just to remind myself of those conversations and make sure we hadn't missed anything. The understanding from staff, from those conversations and from those meetings, was that there was a desire from council to ensure that the continuation of these business and industry uses would continue forward. There was never a mention very specifically about the mandatory requirement or not from residential, at least based on my review of the meetings. What we have done and what we're proposing is that within that highest intensity transit oriented development location that has both the MUTOD land use designation within the comprehensive plan, and then also the innovation TOD place type within the sub-community plan. That's where we have utilized or applied this general building form that, if larger than 15,000 square feet, it would carry that residential requirement, partly to support the future transit that we anticipate will be there. And I will mention that this is not a new thing that's come out of the blue. This is a requirement that currently applies to the Boulder Junction area in specific locations as well. So this was a mechanism that we used in Boulder Junction that we carried over to apply particularly to those transit-oriented development locations.
All right, I'll have more to say about that in the comments section, and I assume that you have similar thinking with respect to requiring production space in larger buildings.
That's correct, and that grew out of that is specific to East Boulder. It grew out of the recommendation and the desire, both from community and council and boards, of how do we continue to try to maintain these spaces for these service type of uses, business and industry. So we wanted to make sure that in a case of redevelopment, we were still attempting to replace the space for those things and then withhold those locations for kind of that short list of potential uses.
Okay, I'll reserve the rest of my comments for comments.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. It was 5 minutes, just so you know.
Oh, my goodness.
Next up, Matt, Aaron, and then Tara.
I'm loving the time cop here. It's great. Thanks for keeping us honest. So my question, KJ, kind of centers around this balance, and I know Brad speaks of this all the time, of like predictability and creativity and striking that balance. And so, question I have is what we've seen in a lot of form-based code is, in order for people to get a lot of people apply for exemptions out of the form-based code, and that works them through a process, but it also reduces predictability because they're basing their plan on perhaps getting those exemptions. And so I'm wondering, is there a way in which, in this current setup, you could be embarking on the form-based code, but maybe opt into some discretionary process early on to sort of maybe quickly vet those exemptions in like a concept review, so that you kind of know, are we even in the right ballpark? Because that might add some predictability, so that when they get further down the process, they kind of have like, all right, we know we're kind of headed in the right direction, or quickly get the comments they're not and not waste that. So I'm just wondering, how can we bake in mechanisms for off-ramps or enhanced creativity in this process? Because that's what we're hearing from a lot of folks that own property and are looking to make some creative spaces, is they might feel, no pun intended, but a little boxed in on some of these rules, wanting to maintain some predictability but enhanced creativity.
Yeah. And so from a procedural standpoint, through the form-based code process, there is a required pre-application meeting that is with our development review staff. And so that's essentially it's the equivalent of a concept plan. And so that's the opportunity to bring forward an idea, we meet with all of the various disciplines, our transportation engineers, stormwater, et cetera, and work through the process, work through the kind of checklist that would be associated with the form-based code, and identify where they may need exceptions and whether or not those would be feasible. The other thing I'll just note too is that particularly in East Boulder, this is feedback we've heard as well on the existing code, and we've made adjustments related to the depth of required setbacks or where the building is located. Some of the requirements for transparency and materials, those kinds of things. So we tried to loosen those up considerably from what they have been. We propose to remove the golden rule that is part of the current form-based code. So, we're trying to free things up a little bit and allow for that greater level of creativity.
I appreciate that, but I'm just wondering, could we create a space where, someone taking their own action, say, I want to embark on a more discretionary process because what I'm creating is way out there. And instead of giving you 34 exemptions, I can kind of just vet this whole thing to planning board, to council, kind of get a soft blessing. And that may also allow some clarity for staff of okay, maybe those quasi judicial bodies are actually maybe open to this. And then you kind of synergize around it. Again, I'm just wondering if there's a way to hybridize that discretionary process as long as they're opting in. I don't want to force them down that path. So I'm just sort of curious if there's a way to kind of create multiple tracks, so to speak, to maximize the options available to us.
Can I jump in, Christopher, unless you've got a
Yeah,
quick
please.
answer on that?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I've got a few thoughts as well, but yeah, please go ahead.
So I appreciate the kind of observation and the spirit of that, Councilman member Benjamin. I think this study session is a time to take in those ideas, and we would want to bring an operational solution that I think captures the spirit of that. I know that you, as we are careful about wanting to overlap too many things, so I certainly understand the spirit of that and how that can be important to your earliest point, balance the creativity with the predictability. And I'd say we hear that, and we can kind of noodle on that and bring forward a good operational solution to that. Christopher?
I think you covered it. Yeah, I think we're cautious about creating these parallel tracks because it ultimately becomes an administrative challenge, or it can, where it creates some unpredictability actually as you do that for the applicant or for staff, or even for yourselves. But certainly that's absolutely something we can look into and vet with the development review team and see what might be possible.
Is that it, Matt? Perfect. On to you, Aaron.
Thanks, Lauren. And I'll just start with saying, KJ, I noticed that elimination of the golden rule thing and thought that was a great change. So appreciate that nod to creativity comment there. But I do have a question, which is, what is the call-up process? So if an applicant has gone through the form-based code and has been approved that they've checked all the boxes, what allows the planning board or council to call up that decision by staff? What's the threshold?
Yeah, and Kalani, you may be able to chime in on this as well. But from my understanding, currently, planning board has the opportunity to call up a form-based code review. I will admit that the form-based code is still a fairly new tool within the city of Boulder. There's only 3 projects that have gone through it, and Alpine Balsam is working through the process right now. Planning board has chosen to call up all 3 of those projects over the last several years, and my sense is that it's partly due to it being a new tool and trying to gain a level of comfort and understanding of it, and be comfortable that the rules or the regulations that are within the code are actually yielding the outcomes that we're interested in. I certainly think that there is opportunities to potentially reconsider that. The goal of the form-based code is that it is a fairly routine or objective process, and it's intended to be staff-led, staff-driven, to try to remove some of the discretionary portion of it and remove some of that ambiguity.
I appreciate that, but it was kind of a technical question. What is the threshold necessary to call up a project by planning board in the form-based code?
I believe, Kalani, do you have an answer?
I believe that has changed. Now it's 2 people. Is that the recent changes in the use tables? So
yes, but but there's no threshold in terms of maybe the scale of the project or anything like that. They have the ability to call up essentially
Okay, so
any
previously it was,
project.
Could be anything in
Yeah.
the
yes,
back.
previously it was one individual planning
Yes.
board member, but we changed that threshold to 2.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, great.
The
Thanks for that.
intent was the exceptions list within the form-based codes might help guide some of that call-up potential, but it's not mandatory to meet those for the call-up.
Great, thanks. And I had other questions, but KJ answered them in a one-on-one earlier, so thanks for that, KJ. That's all I got.
Thanks, Aaron. On to you, Tara.
Lauren, if I don't use my whole 3 minutes, can I pull my time to another section of this study session?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, so then I have one very simple question, KJ. Flatirons Park, we all know is not an actual park, but it's a business park. So I guess my question is if you drive by it, you see that beautiful new building, and it really does look like a business park. So good for people if they want to put housing in there, and we wanted to give it the option, but my question is, why would you do that 15,000 feet must have, what was it, 40% residential? Was that 40%?
50%, yes.
50% in
residential.
Flatirons Park. When it's really, like, I'm worried. So I'm worried that it's gonna, like, let's say a business who has an old building there and they want to redo the whole thing. Now they have to all of a sudden like make it 50% residential. To me, doesn't make sense. So instead of commenting later or before commenting later, I just wanted to know what your thinking was.
Sure. So this is a sort of interesting pathway of how we've come to this. I went back through some of the history of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. It was before I had actually joined the city, and unfortunately Kathleen is out on parental leave, so we don't have her history and brain to share this. But upon the research that I did earlier today to kind of understand how we landed here, is that originally in the 60% draft of the subcommunity plan, the park was identified as the destination workplace place type, which essentially allows for either a smaller workshop building that could be fully non-residential, or would allow for that taller general building that also carries the residential requirement, but there would always be that off ramp of using the workshop building to do an office or life sciences or whatever it needed to be. Through council study sessions actually in July of 2021 and then March of April 2022, there were comments made about the potentially missing an opportunity for an area to introduce additional housing, and understanding that 55th is intended to become more of a transit-rich corridor. There was, there were some comments, and ultimately we ended up changing the subcommunity plan to identify that section, the western portion of Flatirons Business Park along 55th, to be that innovation TOD designation as opposed to the workplace designation. So that was ultimately what was adopted through the plan, through the subcommunity plan. And so, as we as staff were working through the recommendations and developing the draft of this form-based code, we were under the assumption that there were opportunities for existing businesses to continue to operate, to completely renovate existing structures, to even expand those structures by 40%, all under their existing zoning and their existing uses. But only once they cross that threshold or go into a much larger full redevelopment, that's when we wanted to try to introduce some of the residential desires and recommendations from the plan. So that's why that is included for that area along 55th. If we receive comments otherwise, then we are certainly open to making those adjustments as needed. But that's the basis of why that's in there right now.
Is that it, Tara? Perfect. All right, I had a couple of questions. The first one, you had mentioned to Mark about, new zoning going through typically can run in conjunction with the site review process. Through form-based code, we're trying to reduce site review process, right? And go through a non-discretionary process. So in this case, wouldn't changing the zoning indeed be a bigger additional process?
It would be an added layer because, and particularly if the form-based code were reviewed by staff and ultimately not called up by planning board, then the rezoning would be an extra layer. We do think that it would be a fairly straightforward process because part of what we're proposing in terms of this package of amendments is that we would amend the sub-community plan to include a map that shows what those future zone districts should be. So if you're coming forward and you are proposing to be in compliance with the sub-community plan, that should be a fairly routine process, from a staff perspective and from a review perspective by planning board and city council to say, yes, you are coming into compliance with the sub-community plan. It would add a separate process, but we think it would be relatively straightforward as opposed to, the typical rezoning process today. We don't have that very clear direction. We don't have a map that says this is what it should be. It's more of a discretionary review to understand, is it consistent with the comp plan, et cetera.
Could it be
Yeah, if I could-
administrative if it's coming into compliance with a plan that we approve?
If I can jump into that and to answer your most recent question, we can certainly look into that, Councilmember Folkerts. I believe the legal advice we'll probably get is that as a zoning property right, we do need to go through a public hearing to do that. It would be unusual to change it. But I think the key point to add on to what Christopher was saying is that we did explore the reciprocal, which is to, if you will, have city initiated rezonings of these to make it in compliance with the community plan. And that ultimately was not supported by some of the public feedback we got. And it also felt a little heavy-handed, recognizing that people could come in and make the choice to do that. I want to double down on Christopher's point too, that where we maybe have a history of rezonings, maybe feeling like a kind of tortured, unusual thing, this really should kind of fall in line if it's consistent with the sub-community plan. And I would envision these being much more expedient than maybe what we are used to seeing in a rezoning.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about design review and sort of what happens when people aren't able to meet or don't want to meet the criteria that is in the form-based code. Could that potentially be a design review board review as opposed to a planning board review? Just because if we're not looking at parking intensity, those kinds of things that are typically associated more with planning board, this feels like it could be more of a design question.
I would certainly be open to exploring that as an option. I can neither confirm nor deny tonight, but yes, we could certainly look into that.
Perfect, thank you. All right, anyone else have questions? Shall we move into comments? Who wants to kick us off with comments? Mark, and then Tara.
I'm not going to take 5 minutes. My comments are as follows. I really think the requirement for combining housing with commercial facilities is awkward. It's going to create some really inappropriate situations for research facilities, and it should be optional, not mandatory. If somebody wants to do it, that's fine. But if they don't, and they want to spend, put together a 50 or 60 or 70,000 square foot research facility, we need to allow them to do that. I really urge you to rethink that.
Councilmember, just for clarification, when you say residential with commercial, were you meaning industrial in this context?
The requirement that a building over 15,000 square feet has to incorporate residential.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I see Tara's hand up next, and then Aaron.
I agree with Mark, and I can be really quick. We have I feel strongly that we have to protect our industrial areas, this park in particular. And so I agree with Mark. I think it's fine to allow it, but I don't want to have rules like that personally. I think that yeah, I'm going to agree with Mark on that. That's it.
Nice job keeping it short. All right, Aaron and then Matt.
Great, thanks. Well, I'll take a little bit of a different tack. Well, first of all, I just want to say you all have done amazing work here. It's extremely detailed and thorough. I read all the words, and there are a lot of them, and I was very impressed. And great iteration of our form-based code here on iteration number 3, and it continues to evolve and grow and get better. So I appreciate that very much. And so I'll take a little bit of a different tack at what Tara and Mark were saying, which is I think that in those like innovation TOD areas that that moving towards a mixed use approach with housing is positive. I think we do want more housing in these areas in those sections, not the places where you can do the workplace type potentially, right? Because if you really do want to do something all without any housing, you can do the workplace type, and many of those areas allow for that. But what I'd say is that maybe I know that there are property owners who I think have had plans for 5 years or more about how they might want to redevelop their properties under the kind of the previous rules that we had applied. And so the tack I think I would look at this is that that if people maybe look at entering into the rezoning and the application of the form-based code as a potential option for folks. But if they wanted to continue along the previous regulatory path that they have with their existing zoning, that might be an option for them as well. So then if an existing property owner wants to, because we're enabling a significant additional development potential here. So if a property owner wanted to take advantage of all that development potential, they could follow the form-based code. And if they were in the innovation TOD or those general building type, they wouldn't need to add housing. If they were in the workplace, they wouldn't have to. But if they did want to go on the separate track because of plans they already had, to potentially allow them to do that. So that's my thought on how to approach that, the requirement thing. I think, and having that production requirement is a really intriguing one, so that we do keep some of those small business and industrial and research kind of areas in this district. I thought that was a creative approach as well. But again, that maybe people already have existing plans could opt into those if they wanted to. And my one other thought there was glad to hear that the call up got expanded to 2 people with that recent change that we made. But just want to wonder if we want to consider making that a majority requirement, because every council call up requires a majority vote, and so maybe we look at having that majority vote required for a call up for planning board for form-based code as well. And then just the last thing is that I know you are and will do this, but we've gotten some really detailed comments from some people who own property in this area. And I'm sure you'll be engaging with them as you move towards moving from the draft to the final. But just want to encourage that continued work to make sure people's specific detailed comments and concerns and maybe some great ideas are taken into account. That's what I got. If that, thanks for all your amazing work.
Thank you, Aaron. Next we have Matt, and then Tina, and then Nicole.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, I'll start by one, just echoing what Aaron said about I think this is a really good step in the right direction, and we fix a lot of wrongs that were kind of put in place in our first salvo of form-based code based on lessons learned. So I appreciate that we've adapted to that. I'll also sort of echo what Aaron said about continued engagement. I think there's a lot of opportunity for this next phase to really kind of break out highlighters and some red pens and really dive into the nuts and bolts of this. And I think there's probably some really good ideas that a lot of our partners will have with regards to how we make those changes, and against kind of that balance of creativity and predictability. So I'd hope that we can continue to do that. And then along those lines of I just would love to really think about what are the changes we're doing and how do they impact the cost of the project? Since so much of what we're focusing on is housing, I want to make sure that what we're embarking on is also reducing the cost on the front end, because then that ultimately still gets passed on to the people who are buying or renting those places. So we want to just sort of be thoughtful of that. Lastly, I was curious about, could we, because we're embarking, this is still somewhat new and covering a large area, could we have like a time/number of project check-in to sort of be like, hey, after 24 months, or maybe after maybe 3 projects go through this, that we check in and we kind of be like, so what's working, what's not, and then maybe recalibrate, because it's going to be over a long time. I'd love for us to check in at some interval to just make those fine-tuned changes, because I think that still benefits everybody, and then we can take those lessons learned from those that have sort of initially gone through this. So that's what I got. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. Up next, we have Tina.
Yep, just following up with a little bit with what Matt just said. I'm interested in knowing how this works, and whether the timeline is 24 months or even sooner. If something in this process is a red flag, I think it'd be great if we could address it quickly so that we can get on top of it. And especially as we think about legislation with the housing opportunity area, which should be an administrative review, I think we'll want to get as many learnings as we can in a structured way to make sure we do that right as that comes down the pike in 3 years. And the other piece is especially given when we think about the congestion on Arapahoe in this area and that we might be adding to that, I do think having housing that is sort of co-located with the work is great. But I would be open to an incentive structure rather than just code, if there's a certain outcome that we're looking for. So thinking about ways to help businesses make that decision, but that might not be code for those businesses who aren't there yet or had other expectations just a year ago. That's all I've got.
Perfect. Thank you, Tina. Next up, we have Nicole, and then I'm going to call on myself.
Thank you. Just want to echo the thanks to staff. Great work, and thank you so much for all that you put into this. Just one of the comments that I had was around the innovation TOD areas. I know we had this discussion previously when we were talking about some other changes, but I just do worry about what happens if we lose some of that space that people are using for light industrial or other types of uses like that, because it doesn't seem like that space is ever going to come back. And I know we already, again, we talked about it in previous discussions. I just want to lift that up, that it continues to kind of be an area of concern for me, especially in this East Boulder area, because there's so many cool uses of space that are kind of lighter industrial or art or whatever they are over there, that I just want to make sure we have that. So, and then the other thing was just around Aaron's comments around allowing kind of people who had things in progress to kind of continue with what they had based on the prior code. I do worry about that a little bit, just because this is intended to be a holistic plan where it all fits together and every, piece of it is sort of meant to be there. And so it just gives me a little pause thinking about, what happens if we let folks in little kind of pockets of areas start doing things differently. It feels like that's interrupting that larger holistic piece. So not sure where that leaves you, but I just wanted to elevate that it's a concern for me that it's like a network, right? If we pull out one piece of it, does it still function as intended? I'm not sure, but that is it. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Let's see, I probably, as a surprise to no one, have a number of comments, which doesn't mean I don't really appreciate all of the great work you've put into this. But I'm going to rattle through them fairly quickly. So first, I really like Matt's idea about continuing to work with architects and developers on this. I appreciate the direction it's going, but I think refinement, it could use a little bit more back and forth on that. Generally, I find it overly prescriptive, and I would challenge you to see, can we have 25 to 50% fewer words? I know that is a big target, but there are so many very, very nuanced things about what colors awnings can be, and it's so in the weeds. I also would like to see us make keeping existing buildings or portions of existing buildings easier. So I don't know that I'm not really in favor of dropping that threshold down to 40% from the 60%. And I'd also like to see some exemptions in the form-based code for existing buildings or portions of existing structures that are maintained. I appreciated Erin's suggestion of requiring a majority vote for call-up. On the frontages side of things, I'm a little bit concerned that our nicest frontages are typically, not always, but in most of these plans, pointed towards very vehicle-centric streets. And I think that you really get the most benefit for these kind of upgraded facades when they're on bike and pedestrian focused streets. So to me, I feel like there's a little bit of realignment that could happen there. I'd also like to see smaller courtyard requirements, particularly for those facades that face major streets, because I just don't buy that that's a great place to hang out, and it does have an impact on unit counts and things like that. I would love to see us pilot single point egress stair requirements in these zones. I know that's probably beyond the scope of what we could accomplish here, but just in case, I thought I'd ask. Similarly, drainage, I think that there's a lot of, we've seen some community feedback about accomplishing the drainage on these properties. I would love to see us relook at our drainage requirements in general. I find it really problematic that the amount of existing impervious area is what you base, having to meet your storm water requirements off of. Most other communities, we can also do things like detention below grade. And I would really like to see us move in that direction as well, particularly in areas like this, or for areas that have existing really high percentages of impervious surface. And then just continuing to listen to the community feedback, higher ceiling heights being allowed, because right now we have this Paseo ceiling height requirement that doesn't match with first floor ceiling height allowances. I also think garage doors are fantastic everywhere. They're fun on cafes, not just for industrial uses. So just continuing to relax and think through the details of it. Thank you. Next up, I see Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad and team. I agree with everything that Lauren said, and I agree with Erin and what Nicole said. And except Nicole had a point about being well, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to comment on that. But in general, I'll say I agree with what the three of them said. Nicole had a question on something that Erin said. I'll leave you to that to consider. In general, I agree with my colleague said. I think that one thing I would add is in general, like us to try to be as deliberate as possible about ways to encourage mixed use and housing to be near one another through measures that we can add, retail, especially grocery. So I don't want to suggest to add a lot more specifically, but just as a general principle, as there are opportunities to do that, I think that's the kind of thing we ought to be using this as a incubator for our 15-minute neighborhood outcome strategic plan. So I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Up next, we have Taisha.
Hey there. I will be brief tonight. I also agree with many of my colleagues, echoing what I understood of Lauren's concerns. This is not my area, so I really do appreciate. Again, I can read these documents and see things, and other people can see other things. And I just am grateful to have a variety of different expertise in this area. So I'm really leaning in on those that have a variety of different expertise. The one thing that I haven't heard that I just wanted to lift up is just in general, we know that wildlife corridors are significantly disrupted in our community. We know that we have a issue with insects and those kinds of things. And so obviously I know we're using native grasses and all these pieces, And when I look at page, 51, with the open space, figure 1417, with the open space components to it, I'm concerned about how many more people we are potentially bringing to spaces, and we are not increasing our open space at the same. So that's just the heart of my concerns in general. Even in the 13 years that I've been living here, I've noticed a significant buildup, but I'm not seeing a correlating increase in open space. And it's not open space so that we can go and be on our bikes and go on hikes. It's open space for our wildlife, open space for our native grasses and species. And it also obviously helps with heat and heat islands. And so especially on the east side, where I feel like there's less I live on the west side, and that's great and wonderful. But as you go further east, there's less and less. And so that's just something that's very much on my mind. And I'm hopeful that we can really innovate around biodiversity. How are we innovating as it relates to more biodiversity? And when I say biodiversity, what that means is better air quality. That's what that means. Right? I mean, that's one of the ways that translates. And again, in the 13 years I've lived here, I've also seen a significant decrease in air quality. And so I'm just very mindful about all of these planning developments moving forward, how are we innovating? How are we leading on? Continuing to ensure that it's not just planting trees everywhere either. So I guess I think that's just one of the pieces. And then I guess I did have a question, but I don't think it's one that is typically asked. But just in general, I would love to hear more about how much water is being used for these developments, how much energy is being used for these developments. I know that these conversations already happen with our utilities and climate team before it even gets to us. And that worked in the past. That silo worked in the past. But as the resources become more acute, it's going to be more important for all of us to be more familiar and comfortable with having those kinds of conversations. And even as a council, yes, we have senior water rights in Boulder, but we are also in an aridifying climate, a desertifying climate. And so we have these competing issues, and I'm just eager for us to continue to innovate and be creative around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Taisha. Staff, do you have any follow-up questions for any of us, or does anyone else have any additional comments they would like to make?
I do have one quick question that I would love to get some clarity from council, in particular related to the residential requirement and some of the comments. I would appreciate kind of understanding if the residential requirement concerns are, in general, in terms of requiring residential in all locations throughout the subcommunity plan or the areas of change in the form-based code, or is it more directly tied to some of these areas that have more traditionally been very focused on the business and industry side of things?
I could take a stab at that to start with. I think I'm open to requiring some residential in some areas in this plan when things are redeveloped, but I do think that it doesn't necessarily make sense to require it for buildings and uses where we intend to see industrial, which we would like to maintain for the long term in this city. I see Ryan has his hand up as well.
I'll repeat kind of what I said before. I would put it back to staff and say, what are our outcomes that we're searching for in the strategic plan? I think 15-minute neighborhoods is one of the key ones that relates to this. What do we need to do to advance that? Maybe there's some other principles people would want to suggest, but I'm a little bit I'm not sure how to answer this in the abstract without aims or principles. And I think 15-minute neighborhoods, the best North Star I can think. So others have better ideas.
Yeah, and just because this triggered something I was thinking about earlier, I also don't think that we necessarily know what our options are in terms of requiring, not requiring, or having thresholds or things that might trigger something. Tara?
Well, I know for me that Lauren explained it well, that what I was thinking. Traditionally, like a business park like Flatirons Park, I would not want to have those requirements. What's the word I'm looking for, Lauren? Not requirements. Yes, but I'm open to it in other places. Just I don't want to lose, the goal of the original, which was 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago. I remember we were talking about how we don't want to lose our light industrial, and so I'm worried about unintended consequences and I'm saying that these ideas are great, and also for things like Flatirons Park or places like that, I'm going to agree with Lauren that it's not something that I think that we should require residential.
I also see Aaron's hand.
Yeah, and kind of reiterating a little bit what I said before, which was that if there were an alternate path to not have to build a residential in that Flatirons Business Park and a couple other areas, which is to go under the existing regulations, that's another path. So I guess you're hearing concerns from several of us that like there are benefits to having additional residential, but also that having 100% requirement in areas that weren't expecting it is problematic. And so how to thread that needle maybe is, you're getting some different feedback, but maybe keep talking to the stakeholders and maybe propose one or another path.
You could always bring us back options.
Right. Yes, we will consider that. Yeah, because we'll go back and obviously consider your feedback and we hear from planning board and from community over the next couple of weeks, and then we will consider our options and certainly bring back a suite of choices if that's the approach, or if we feel like we've got it dialed in, we'll come back with a recommendation. So I appreciate all the feedback. That's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, KJ, and to the whole team for all this great work. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too. So I don't want us to get cocky at this point, but we are a little bit ahead of schedule. No thanks to me, who is the only person who went over the 6-minute time slot. But I hope to redeem myself by the end of the meeting. So next on our agenda, we have the community court update.
Thank you so much, council member. And first of all, I just want to appreciate so much council members' flexibility. These two updates are ones that we usually bring at the top of the hour on a quarterly basis. At the request of council some years ago, we had some time in a study session and we wanted to accommodate that. So appreciate you allowing us to do that. With that, I will turn it over to Judge Khan, I believe, but just to let him know that his video is not on.
Are you sure?
Yeah, now you are on. Yep.
And maybe just a delay.
Yep.
Okay, and if we could pull up the slides, I believe someone from the city clerk's office is going to do that for us. Thank you so much. Now, this does not contain notes, so I'm hopeful that someone has those notes, the presenter's portion. And if not, I can put them up on my screen. Emily, do you have this in a presenter's ability with notes?
This would not usually have that note. So Judge, if you can do that on your screen, that'd be great.
I think I'm going to do that then. Give me a moment. So I think Emily's going to have to take hers down. Emily, if you could do that, and then I'll share my screen. Give me a moment to pull it up on my screen. It's not letting me do that. That's just sharing that. Give me a moment. Let's try this again.
And I don't know if it's possible, but it could make sense for Emily to share the slides and for you to do the presenter notes off of your side.
If I can, if I'm able to do that, but whenever I click between them, it clicks me out of the other one. So that's what I'm struggling with.
Ah.
So let me see if I can pull up. I think I like the idea, but let me just stop sharing again here.
Matt, you want to tee us up with any jokes in the meantime? I know it's short notice. No pressure.
You know, I've always got one ready. Why is it called dark with a K and not a C? Because you can't see in the dark.
And I think I'm ready, but we can, Emily, if you can put up your slides for the group, I've got my slides on a different screen with my notes.
Perfect.
So I can't see what you all are seeing, but hopefully you're seeing a picture of our staff. If that's correct, then we're all on the right page here.
That's what we got.
Okay, well, good evening. I should introduce myself. I'm Jeff Kahn. I'm the presiding judge for the Boulder Municipal Court. I want to thank Mayor Brockett, Mayor Pro Tem Spear, and the members of City Council for letting me have the opportunity to present the Municipal Court's quarterly update. And if you can go to the next slide for me. I do want to take a few minutes to share with you my view of the role of the municipal court. We are a mission-driven operation. We're focused on principles of equity and procedural justice. Our court handles traffic cases, parking, petty and misdemeanor criminal offenses, animal violations, and a variety of civil matters through the city's quasi-judicial appeal process. We interact with thousands of people each year, many who live in Boulder and many who come to Boulder for work, school, or as visitors. Our goal in these interactions is for people to feel that they've been treated with respect, that they haven't had an opportunity to be heard, and that they leave the court feeling that the process was fair and efficient. For many people, this will be their only direct interaction with their government. It is also important to me that our stakeholders, like the City Attorney's Office, Public Defender, Boulder Police Department, CUPD, witnesses, and others, have confidence in the way that we handle the cases that are filed in our court. I've spent some time in the past talking about our problem-solving nature, and I want to make sure that people understand that. What this means that when we set policies and procedures, we consider at the outset the community issue present, and then we design our process to secure an improvement in the problem that the community might face. This is true in every aspect of our operation. We are evidence-based, and we seek out the best practice for any program we create. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn things over to Devon Kissick-Kelly for just a moment or two. Devon's just going to share with you a couple of changes in court personnel and our compliance with the digital accessibility statute. Devon, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Council. My name's Devon Kissick-Kelly. I'm the court administrator. Back in September, Judge Kahn talked to you about some changes in the court with the structure, and I'm happy to say that at this point we have filled all of our positions, including bringing on board Jose Lopez Navarra as our deputy court administrator. This addition to our staff has allowed us to complete projects on time or even before time. And we're very proud of the accomplishments that we have and super excited that we're moving forward, fully staffed and ready to take on the challenges. Judge Kahn?
All right, and Devon, I'll just point out briefly that the digital accessibility statute, we are now in compliance. Josh Jackson was terrific in leading us and getting to ahead of schedule on that. I know there's been a grace period that's been offered, but we're already in compliance with the statute as written. Next slide, please. I have previously discussed with the city council our young offenders and the quality of life violations we see with those young offenders. I decided to bring that issue back, to come back and talk a little bit about the end of the season, the academic year, and share some data with you about the end of the academic year. And also because we've got 3 new council members on board, I thought it would be helpful for them to hear a little bit about that. So that's where we're going to head right now. And to the next slide, please. This is a look at the noise and nuisance party violations by year. As you can see, there's been a marked decrease in these quality of life violations starting in 2010. Data for the 2023-2024 academic year has not yet been added to this CU chart, but their report shows that there were even less noise and nuisance party cases in the 2023-24 academic year than we saw in 2022 and 2023. And you can just see how that number of cases has decreased significantly. CU's party registration began in August of 2010. Students can register their party with CU's Office of Off-Campus Housing and Neighborhood Relations. Staff at that office educate students about how to have a safe, low-impact party. If the police department receives a complaint about a party that is registered, they call the number of the person who registered the party and let them know that they need to shut the party down before an officer is dispatched. If there is no new complaint after 20 to 30 minutes, the party hosts avoid a citation and police don't have to be dispatched to that party and citations don't have to be issued. This proactive approach has likely played a significant role in the reduction in noise and nuisance party cases filed in our court. Next slide, please. I believe that the approach taken by the court in partnership with the city attorney's office and the University of Colorado has also played an important role in reducing the number of cases that we see for nuisance parties and noise violations. Our process for these quality of life cases is designed to get the offender into court as soon as possible. In August and September, we create additional dockets so that officers can cite cases into court within 7 to 10 days of the alleged violation. This is what we call our fast track program. We know that if we see people quickly, the incident will be fresh in their minds and they will have the opportunity to hear from a prosecutor and a judge before perhaps getting another citation. Most cases are resolved by plea agreement and very few cases go to trial. I will mention this again later, but I please keep in mind that the city attorney's office is the key to making this process work. A court can only provide the infrastructure, such as the fast track program I've described. It's the prosecutor's office that drives the plea bargains, presents those to the court, and then the court can accept them or reject them. We typically accept plea bargains, but I want to make sure that that distinction is drawn here so that people understand. Next slide, please. Most of these quality of life violations are resolved with a deferred judgment or even a deferred prosecution. When an alleged offender successfully completes the conditions of the deferral, the case is dismissed and the record is automatically sealed. Over 90% of these cases are ultimately dismissed due to the high compliance rate achieved in these cases. The city attorney's office and the court worked closely with CURJ program to create a process that allows young offenders the opportunity to repair the harm that they might have created through a reparative agreement that students agree to and must fulfill to earn dismissal of charges. But over 90% of charges are getting dismissed ultimately. Next slide, please. I have included with the materials for this presentation a copy of the report created by CU's Off-Campus Housing and Neighborhood Relations Office. The preventive measures taken by CU over the past decade have expanded and become a cornerstone to their mission. This report is a quick, easy read and gives you a good idea of what CU is doing to improve neighborhoods surrounding campus. Our court was deeply involved in developing many of the programs that are now in place. The university has taken full ownership of the program, and we are lucky to have such a great partner. We meet regularly with CU leaders to make sure that we keep this great progress moving forward. And as you can see from looking at the report, the noise and nuisance parties are at their lowest in 20 years. There's been a record number of party registrations in this past year, and they are now seeing a significant fraternity engagement, which is a big step. And the most important thing to keep in mind that is there really is higher neighborhood satisfaction. If we can go to the next slide, I'll talk just a little bit about that. The positive impact that our community is experiencing as a result of the case reduction is clear. When I met with Lori Call, Devin Kramer, and Jeff Morris from CU in April, they made clear that CU was getting far more positive comments from neighbors and neighborhood associations and far less complaints than they have received in years past. CU's data supports the idea that the harm is being reduced and that is something to celebrate. Next slide, please. I would like to turn now to a discussion about the work we are doing with cases that impact our public spaces. I spent just a few minutes discussing with you the great success that we and our partners have achieved with our young adult population to demonstrate to you how effective a problem-solving approach can be when dealing with community issues. It took a while for the approach with our young offenders to bear fruit, but this evidence-based approach has been an overwhelming success. In much the same way, our community court was developed to address the challenges our community faces with unlawful activity in our public spaces. Though I spoke about community court with you in September, I think it is worth taking time for our new council members and for the community as a whole to hear why and how we use community court to address these issues. Next slide, please. When we discuss our municipal court operation, it is important to understand what type of cases we handle and what type of cases we do not handle. The left side of the screen details the typical criminal offenses seen in our court. All of these are either petty offenses or misdemeanors. There are no felonies, drug offenses, or charges involving serious bodily injury filed in our court. Now, these are just the criminal charges that we see in our court. We also handle parking and traffic and animal violations, but we're just talking about criminal violations. The list on the right side of the screen details charges that get filed in the state court. As you think about offenses occurring at businesses, parks, and other public spaces, this distinction is critical. When you hear about a huge drug bust, like the one that was outlined by Interim Chief Redfern in May, understand that the individuals charged in connection with that case will be charged in state court. The same is true for someone who possesses or sells drugs like meth or fentanyl or heroin in a public park. Those charges are filed in state court. Theft, and I point this one out for Councilor Weiner, but that includes theft, is also filed in the state court. District Attorney Michael Doherty and his team do a great job prosecuting those cases, which are presided over by county and district court judges of the 20th Judicial District. Next slide, please. The biggest issue we have as a court is finding a way to resolve the cases I just described, the littering, the camping, those low-level misdemeanor cases in a way that gets at the root of the problem and reduces harm to the community. We can't even begin to do anything about behavior if we can't get people into court. A large percentage of the cases involve people who are not housed, and a large percentage of our unhoused do not appear in court after receiving a ticket. There are a lot of reasons for this. Many can't keep track of the court date. They're living on the street, so they forget what's going on and what day they need to be somewhere. There are many who are also afraid of losing their belongings, and they can't bring those into the Justice Center as a general rule. Some have pets, and they can't bring their pets in unless they have certain exemptions, but most people can't bring their pets into the courthouse, and they're uncomfortable leaving them with other people. And then this fourth one that I'm going to discuss here is trauma or fear. Nearly 70% of people who are in criminal justice involved have suffered some type of trauma, either a major trauma or a series of modest traumas. And that results in them having significant fear and anxiety about coming into buildings, especially ones with security and where courts are involved. And so they won't come into the building. And then there are some who simply won't come because they're unwilling to be accountable. And for whatever the reason might be, when a defendant on a criminal case does not appear in court, we ultimately have no choice but to issue a warrant for that defendant's arrest. In the not too distant past, when a warrant was issued, the court could anticipate that the defendant would be arrested, taken to the Boulder County Jail, and the case could be handled while the defendant was held at the jail. As I mentioned in September, there exist some very challenging hurdles that prevent this process from occurring. The most significant arises as a result of the bed space issues at the Boulder County Jail. There are 450 beds at the Boulder County Jail. They are almost always booked beyond this capacity. There are between 50 and 60 defendants who are currently awaiting competency evaluations by the state hospital. Not our defendants necessarily, but individuals who are in custody at the Boulder County Jail. And there are some who've been there for almost 2 years. A lot of defendants come into the jail with mental health issues. That prevents putting 2 people in a cell. When one person's in a cell, that again stresses the ability of the jail to expand beyond the number of people that it currently houses. As a result of all this, we have booking standards at the jail that really impact our operation. The sheriff has had to limit the number of municipal court warrants that he can accept into the jail. He will not even accept one of our defendants until they have 3 outstanding warrants. And I do not blame the sheriff for having that standard. That's a really difficult job that he's had for many, many years, and there just isn't enough room. And so when he's looking across the jail, he says, where can I cut and where can I limit the capacity? It has to be on those lower level offenses. And so he looks to the municipal court and he's told us, you got to have 3 warrants. And that's 3 warrants on separate cases. So a defendant has to fail to appear 3 separate times and have 3 warrants issued by our court, and then be out in the public where an officer will see them, arrest that defendant, and then take that defendant to jail. They can be booked in that situation. That's the first hurdle that we have to overcome. But once a defendant has 3 warrants and is booked into the jail, there are more roadblocks in place for the type of case resolution that we might expect and have grown accustomed to over the last 20 years. First of all, bond reform requires that we see a defendant within 48 hours to address the defendant's case. Whether they're arrested in Boulder, Adams County, Denver, Douglas County, doesn't matter where that defendant is arrested. We have 48 hours to call that defendant up and see that defendant, provide counsel for that defendant, and then conduct an arraignment session or an advisement session for that defendant. And that creates one burden. We can deal with people who are in Boulder, but it's really difficult for us to deal with people in another jurisdiction. Once we have them in custody and we have that 48-hour advisement, there's the pretrial detention statute that places yet another hurdle, and it's probably as significant as that 48-hour hurdle. The pretrial detention statute requires that before we can hold a defendant on a cash or surety bond, we have to have a charge that that defendant is in custody on that would have a misdemeanor state counterpart. What that means is if it's a petty offense under state law or there isn't a state law outlawing the behavior, then we have to give that defendant what's called a PR bond, a personal recognizance bond. That's a promise by them with their own signature that they will come back to court. They do not have to post any cash. They do not have to have a surety authorize their release or put up a bond on their behalf. They can simply ask for that personal recognizance bond. And if they ask for it, we're required to give it to them. We are also required by state statute to tell them that they're entitled to that. And their public defender has to tell them that they're entitled to that. That's part of bond reform, and we live with that. And I'm not criticizing that. I'm just making it clear that for most of the charges we have in our court, all of those charges that I described on the left side of that chart, very few of them actually constitute misdemeanors under state law. Most of them are petty offenses under state law, which means that a defendant, when they ask for the personal recognizance bond, has to be granted it. And it's not just the first time. A defendant who gets a personal recognizance or PR bond from us, no matter how many times that defendant fails to appear, they are entitled to be released on their promise to come to court. So I look at files and sometimes someone has 5 or 6 or even 7, sometimes 10 FTAs or failures to appear. And I've granted PR bonds before, and I have to grant them again. And I do.
Apologize, Judge. We lost the slides, it appears.
Hmm.
To the team, can we get the slides back up?
And I see Alicia has
Yes.
her hand up.
Yeah, I was going to bring that to everyone's attention. And also, I just needed to know which slide you were on.
We're on slide 12.
All right, be there with you shortly.
Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
How long have we been without slides?
That was the last one. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just need to get the slide 12.
It was just a little bit while you were talking about bond reform.
Yeah.
Great, thank you for that. So everyone can probably catch up with the slide itself. But I wanted to point all this out because it's really important as you view what we do as a community court to understand what the tools are that are available for us to modify behavior. We are a criminal justice agency. We are focused on criminal justice outcomes. And in order to get criminal justice outcomes, we have to get cases resolved. And if we can't get them resolved for people who will not come to court, we have to find another way to deal with them. And so that's why we've developed the community court as an alternative. It only applies to low-level offenses. We meet the defendants where they are. We have a mobile operation, so we go where they are likely to be. I'll talk a little bit more about that operation. It does not involve serious offenses that involve violence or anything else that's other than those types of low-level offenses that I've described earlier. More serious offenses are treated in the more traditional way, where a defendant can meet with a prosecutor, work out a plea agreement, but if they fail to appear in court and we have the ability, we'll issue a warrant and we can deal with them in a different way. But those low-level offenses, we've created community court, and it's a very significant change in the way that we're doing things, but it has been extremely successful. And I will talk to you about that in a few moments. But it's all about building trust, and that takes time and persistence. The evidence is showing that this reduces harm not only to the individual, but to the community as well, because it improves public safety, and it is a very humane way to do so. And if we can go to the next slide, I'd be happy to do that.
Hang on a minute, Judge, while we get to the right slide.
Be slide 13 when you get there.
We go one more. Are you on community court change-driven approach, Judge?
I sure am. Thank you for that.
Great. Can we, I'm sorry, and if you don't mind, can we just go to the previous slide so they can see what you were talking about?
You bet. Thank you, Nuria.
I think you ran through that. I just wanted to put it up for a moment. All right, if we can go to the next slide, Alicia, thank you. Take it away, Judge.
All right, good, thank you. And I want to point out that the community court program is a completely collaborative effort. A judge cannot make plea bargains, nor do I have the authority to dismiss cases before a trial or hearing has occurred. Creating policies for case resolution is the sole province of the city attorney's office. Our community court program would not exist, nor could it be successful in any way without the city attorney's office agreement, direction, and commitment. Just like with our young adult population, the city attorney's office is in charge of deciding how that office wants to address these cases. The court fully supports the approach taken by the city attorney's office, and we have worked closely with them to create this dynamic program. But it would not be successful without the city attorney's office's commitment. Our public defenders are also very supportive of this program, and they play a key role both at the jail and at our courthouse in assisting defendants charged with offenses in our court. Teresa Taylor Tate, who is not with us tonight, was going to speak for a moment or two, but I'm just going to share with you all the comments that I anticipated that she would make. The city attorney's office has developed a two-pronged approach to prosecution of criminal cases in the municipal court. For offenses involving violence, threats of violence, disruptive behavior, and property damage, the prosecutors pursue the more traditional court process. And that's what you see on these left two bullets over here on your screen. Those are the cases that will really fall under the traditional process, where a defendant is not eligible for a community court type case unless a prosecutor decides, no, in this case, I'm willing to do so. But as a general rule, those cases are not eligible for community court. For lower level offenses like camping, littering, smoking, and the like, our prosecutors pursue that community court model. This is the model that has attracted so much community attention over the past year or so. In the community court model, eligible defendants can earn dismissal of charges based on engagement efforts, which get to the root cause of the problems that are resulting in the change in the charge in the first place. Getting someone started on the path to housing is a primary objective, but engagement by a defendant might result in securing identification, a social security card, securing access to disability income, things of that nature. The evidence from community court models that have been in existence for over 2 decades shows that if you can improve an individual's stability, you can decrease recidivism. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. You're going to see the stark evidence in support of that. For lower level municipal offenses, this is a proven solution that in my view makes a lot of sense. Next slide, please. The list of sanctions that you see here, or conditions that we impose in community court cases, are all designed to improve an individual's stability and often help that individual secure housing. This is a collaborative effort by a vast number of individuals and entities, all working hard to get people housing and the resources necessary to succeed once housed. Nearly 90% of the conditions or tasks that are set in connection with our community court cases are completed. Next slide, please. I hope you'll take just a few moments, and we should be on slide 15, but it's really important that we have this one up there. I hope you'll take a few moments to review this chart. I believe that this chart and the one on the next slide are the most important of this presentation. And I'm going to pause for just a moment for everybody to look it over. And as you can see, if you can get defendants housed, they stop getting citations. While they still have problems and many need significant assistance to address their mental health, addiction, and other issues, they are no longer committing offenses in our public spaces. This is exactly what we are trying to achieve as a court. When people are housed and not committing offenses in public spaces, the community is safer, the individual is safer, and the public spaces are more accessible to everyone. And as a person who's been doing this for a long time and who lives here, I want those public spaces accessible to everyone. I want people's businesses to be accessible to the people who go to those businesses and the people who operate those businesses. We have to have balance in what we do, but this is a really effective tool for the court to secure that safety and improved access that everybody wants. And as you can see, if you look at the cases before housing and the cases for people that are after housing, the over 89% of the people who get housing remain housed. Even 3 years later, people are still housed who we've helped and just helped get housed. And these are the toughest folks that we have. These are people with very challenging issues who are coming into the court a lot, who we've been able to, working with all of our partners, get housed, and they stay housed. The evidence shows that if people are willing to do the work, they do want to be housed, and if they give the resources once they are housed, they can stay housed. And if you look at this next slide, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some global aspects of that. But I think Kurt and Megan have shared with you that same percentage, that between 85 and 90% of the people that get housed remain housed. This next slide, which is slide 16, is another way of looking at this. This is the number of citations housed versus unhoused from 2011 to 2023. As you can see, housing is the key to reducing recidivism for this population. Our navigators, in concert and collaboration with caseworkers from a variety of agencies, played an important role in getting these individuals housed. The community court program was critical to getting people who would otherwise not have been engaged with the housing process get engaged or stay engaged. And for many of our most difficult defendants, housing alone will simply not work effectively. For these individuals, we need to have accessible wraparound services like mental health and addiction counseling that I've mentioned to you in the past. These are the most difficult of all of our unhoused population, and the evidence shows that they want to be housed, they're willing to do the work, and they can stay housed if given adequate support. Next slide, please. I've given you some data, but I also want to talk to you about a few individuals and one couple. This case history number 1 on slide 17 is a person I'll call Kelly. She's lived on the streets for about 2 decades, perhaps even longer, but I've known her for 2 decades. She's been living with severe alcohol addiction during that period, had nearly 200 citations during that 20-year period, hundreds, if not even over 1,000 and perhaps more days in jail during that period. There were multiple efforts by our court prior to even having this community court to get her engaged with various programs. Fort Lyon, Harvest of Hope, going to an alcohol program, getting the shots that might help you, that might prevent you from drinking, all types of different approaches to try to help her not end up in court with these minor violations, all related to her alcohol issue. We were never successful. And then she got housed in 2022. And of those 200 citations she had up to that time, she's had only 3 since being housed. She still has great difficulties, and I'm not trying to suggest that her alcohol problem is cured. It is not. She still needs our support, but it's an example of the impact that we can reduce the impact on our community and the impact on the individual if we stay the course by getting people housed. Case history number 2 is a married couple. I'll just briefly highlight this. It's an interracial couple that has been living on the streets for years, often get separated at the Boulder shelter or at the jail. In 2022, they got housed. They're still housed, and I don't believe they've had any citations since being housed. Next slide, please. Case history number 3 is one I don't like to share, but I think it's important that you hear it. This is an adult male with over 100 cases in our court, many cases involving trespasses at our local businesses. Our community court team tried multiple times to get this defendant to participate in various programs, including the Fort Lyon inpatient program. Boulder PD's hot team went well beyond the call of duty to transport him to Fort Lyon, to housing in Denver, to dentist appointments, to other medical appointments, and to meetings. Our team did everything we could do to help this defendant obtain housing, and that occurred, but he wasn't successful. He wasn't able to stay in that housing, and those efforts have not yet been successful. He continued to reoffend and then started to turn down our efforts recently to help. In the summer of 2023 and into the fall of 2023, he received a number of new trespass violations. And finally, he came to court, and there was a circumstance where the prosecutor could ask for something other than a personal recognizance bond. And because they were able to do that, they convinced he and his counsel that he should plead guilty to a trespass charge and serve the sentence that was going to be ordered by the court. And that was a 90-day jail sentence. He agreed to that. The court ordered a 90-day jail sentence in September, and then he was released. And we tried to help him while he was in custody. We tried to help him when he got out of custody, but he reoffended. And he went back to some of those same businesses and trespassed at those businesses. So in March, the same process occurred. And because those trespasses were ones that allowed the prosecutor to ask for something other than a personal recognizance bond, he was again in custody, facing a period where he would have to face the trial of the charges, decided to plead guilty, and I again had to give him a long jail sentence. I don't like doing that. I don't relish doing it. I would much rather not do it. But there are times when we have to impose jail to strike that balance in the system so that people who are trying to run their businesses or trying to come in and out of their businesses have the ability to do so without someone else disrupting that business. And so we will continue to work with people because that's the best tool. It's the most humane tool. And we will do that with this individual as well. Next slide, please. I want to just briefly touch on the fact that none of this works without a ton of interdepartmental collaboration and collaboration of stakeholders. We have a great number of people who help out with the program. And I just want to point out to you that the hot team has been fantastic. Interim Chief Redfern has supported the court in the way that we're going about our business, and as has the hot team. You've got Jenny Paddock, who was a member of that for a long time, probably one of the key members for so long a time. I want to thank her for what she's done. Officer Maynard, Officer Steinman, Sergeant Kessler, all of those individuals have put themselves out there, and they're sharing with the department how this program is working, and they're sharing it with the public as well. So we really appreciate them. But there are a lot of other people who do this work, and I just hope you'll look at that, the individuals who are there, because they are outstanding, and I truly appreciate the work that gets done by the outreach group. Next slide, please. I want to just give you a brief update on where the community court is today. We have moved. We have been mobile, and as many of you know, we were lucky to be at Grace Commons Church for a number of years, and then we were at Trinity Lutheran Church until just the end of May here in 2024. Both of those churches showed us the grace and a welcoming attitude to allow our program with prosecutors and court navigators to participate in their outreach to individuals. And our program would not have succeeded if they hadn't shown us that grace. And they leveraged their relationships with these individuals to allow us to build relationships with them. And they are great partners to us, and we truly appreciate them. But we have moved, and we are now at Penfield Tate on Thursdays from 9 to 11 a.m. I want to thank Mark Wolf and Miria and the city manager's office for assisting us in making that change. We are really excited to have that presence at Penfield Tate. We've had 2 sessions last Thursday and this Thursday. They've gone very, very well. A lot of people are showing up, and cases are getting resolved in much the way that we would like. We are leveraging our relationship now with those individuals to try to get them to access services at the Day Services Center. This court believes that ultimately what needs to happen is people need to go to a place, not just some outdoor location, but a place where they can access resources on a regular day-to-day circumstance, not once a week, but every day up at the Day Services Center. So we are trying to encourage people who see us downtown to go to the Day Services Center. I put Tuesdays up on this slide. It could end up being Fridays. I've had some conversations with Spencer Downing at the Day Services Center. We're going to talk further next week and try to get a specific date ironed out so that all our staff can meet the needs of the Day Services Center. But this month we will have a presence up there. So I'm very excited about that. I want to also talk about a couple of other things. The community court was named a mentor court by the Center for Justice Innovation. The Center for Justice Innovation is the agency that's been designated by the Department of Justice to carry out the technical services grant that we were awarded back in 2020. And we've become not just a court that received that grant, but now a mentor to others who've received that grant. We're going to learn from them. They're going to learn from us. We anticipate seeing people out to see us in the fall who are actually going to watch our operation. And then I also just want to point out, Aurora just started a program, and you may have seen that in the press this week. Mike Kaufman, the mayor for Aurora, and Sean Day, the judge for Aurora, came and watched our court about 6 months ago, asked a ton of questions, and we shared with them what we were doing here. And I believe that they have confidence in this program that we were doing and have their own program. It's a different program, but I'm excited to see them move forward. And there are a few other courts in the state that are now following the lead that Judge Cook and Devon and others kind of took us on in the last several years. And I do want to transition to just a quick reminder that Judge Cook was named the recipient of the American Bar Association's William McMahon Award about 2 or 3 weeks ago. That award is given to a judge or an attorney who has done the most work that year in facilitating technology in a mobile or a specialized court. And our court fit the bill for that. And Judge Cook was instrumental in allowing us to have the digital capability to handle cases digitally and the technology ability to go on the road and use Zoom and other aspects of our operation to do this court. So she's going to be receiving that award in August out in Chicago. They've agreed to fly her out and put her up, and they've asked me to come out and present that award to her. So I'm looking forward to doing that with Judge Cook. Next slide, please. This is an assessment of the community court program. I view this as a midterm assessment. It started before I became the interim presiding judge, the process did, but as the report was released, I thought it was appropriate for council and the community as a whole to see this assessment. It is not a data-rich assessment. When this program started, we started to assimilate data, but Mr. Hamburg, who created this assessment, didn't have access to a lot of data. There still isn't as much data as I would like. But when our grant runs out in September, sometime after that, we will have more data and we can do a more data-rich evaluation of our program. But this is a good read. It does give you an idea. Yes.
I just wanted to jump in for a second. We are sort of hitting that time frame for the presentation. I don't know how much.
This is the end.
Perfect. Great. Keep going.
Yep. So there it is. So it's a good read, and I would encourage people to take a look at it. And then I am available for questions. I want to encourage people, come talk to me, set up a time to speak with me if you're interested in learning more. If we want to do a lunch and learn, I'm happy to do that. And I know I probably went over. I tried to be as quick as I could, and I eliminated quite a bit, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. We have questions, and I see Tara's hand went right up. So let's kick it off, Tara.
So these are just questions, and I want to start out by saying, Judge Khan, this was incredible. This was really great. And why it helped me, even though for like 2.5 years I've been studying this, trying to, is it really showed the difference between community court versus just traditional municipal court. So these questions I'm going to start with one of your slides. It said trespass not all on the list of community court. What did you mean by not all?
So the prosecutors have identified, and this is probably a good question, and I would love to have Chris Reynolds kind of jump in when he's ready to do so. Go ahead, Chris. I think this is a good answer for you.
Chris Reynolds, City Attorney's Office. I supervise prosecution for the City of Boulder. So some trespasses in the state law system are considered petty offenses, and some trespasses have a misdemeanor equivalent. And so all trespasses in the Boulder Revised Code are not automatically eligible for community court. It requires a prosecutor to review them. And typically speaking, if it's a petty offense type trespass, one in which a PR bond would be mandatory if we saw the individual at the jail, we're going to make that community court eligible. However, if it's a trespass that does have a misdemeanor equivalent, that would be if it's a retail establishment and that individual has a written notice from the retailer that they're no longer welcome, or an order from a court that they're not allowed to be at that location. That makes it a misdemeanor, and we could hold them on a cash bond. In so cases like that, we might seek something called a no trespass or an exclusion order.
So because trespass is one of the things that I'm most concerned about, because it affects I was thinking about the word trauma. A lot of the people who work in our small businesses are actually traumatized by some of the levels of trespass and harassment by people who are, have mental illness. And so I'm not going to say it's their fault, but of course it's not. And also, a lot of people are really struggling with fear and anxiety in those establishments, how to deal with it. And a lot of them are like super young people too, right? Just working part-time. So I guess my question then is, and I don't want to talk, I'm using all my time for this, Lauren, remember, is what is being done about the trespasses on this level, both at the community court and also at the regular traditional court? What can be done?
Most of the trespasses that we see in the Boulder Municipal Court would be like sleeping on the bandshell, which has a no trespassing sign. We do sometimes see trespasses in businesses, but again, if that individual hasn't been given a written notice by the business that they can't be there, or having been ordered by the judge, by a judge, that they cannot be there, it's a petty offense. And so essentially the state law deems that only really the max penalty that somebody could receive for that is 2 days in jail. The first time they see a judge, they get out of jail on most trespasses. Now, if somebody goes into a business, trespasses and commits more crime, that can turn it into a burglary, that can turn it into a higher level offense that would be prosecuted by the district attorney's office in state court.
Okay, so my next question, that was a good answer. Thanks. That was good. Do you want us to weigh in during comments on just community court or municipal court, traditional municipal court as well? That's actually a question for later when we have our comments.
I'm happy to hear either, frankly.
Okay.
However you'd like to share with us is perfectly fine.
Okay. So what you're saying, though, is the lack of data that was in that report that we read through, was because you're working on the data and you're going to have some data for us at some point.
Yes. If you think about it, when that bid went out, which was it was late 2022 or early 23 when the bid went out for the consultant, and then it takes a while to get the consultant on board. He was already starting his process in the spring of 23. And we've had maybe 2 years worth of cases at that point, but not enough data for him to really dive in and do a full-on analysis, or for us to create metrics. So we fully anticipate it may be 9 months from now or 12 months from now when we can come back with some good data, and for us to look and try to develop some metrics so that we can get better. Because without looking at data, you can't really see what's working and not working. And so I fully anticipate that we'll do that. But I recognize when I read that report multiple times, is that it doesn't have the substance that we want from a full-on report. But that wasn't what he was commissioned to do.
Okay. My last question, believe it or not, this is the last one. If you could, now I know that we can't put people in jail right now because most offenses are not jailable and the court and the jails are overcrowded. But if you could put people in jail, what type of offenses would you put in jail? I guess that is my question.
Well, maybe this is two answers. Maybe we can start with the prosecutor, and he can talk to you about what he views as the type of behavior that he would seek a jail sentence for, and then I can give you a little bit about my sentencing philosophy.
Thanks, Judge Khan. So essentially, in two different circumstances, we would seek a jail sentence. The first being if somebody committed a crime against another person, a crime of violence, threat of violence, and they don't show up to court, then that basically ties our hands and we would seek a jail sentence. And that traditionally is what we do, and we will continue to do in that circumstance. You know, the example of Richard that Judge Khan highlighted in his presentation, you know, he's not the only person that we've sought a 90-day jail sentence against. So right now, the stars basically have to align with those 3 warrants and bond reform and things like that to get a circumstance where we can even seek a lengthy jail sentence. And so crimes involving violence or threats against people would be the first. Second would be if somebody never comes to court, isn't interested in participating in community court, despite our best efforts, sometimes that is what we will seek. But again, 95% of the cases that we have in the Boulder Municipal Court, the crimes are mandatory PR bond crimes. And so we do not have a lot of third-degree assaults. We do not have a lot of threatening bodily injury. The vast majority of crimes that we have in the Boulder Municipal Court are those low-level quality of life, mandatory PR bond type cases. And so those would be the two circumstances in which we would seek a jail sentence.
Thank you.
And I think I can jump in and say that, I was a prosecutor for some period of time. And so I have that background. And perhaps when I was growing up to be a prosecutor, we had a different philosophy. I look back and think of some of the things that I did, and I wish I hadn't done them. And I wish I hadn't used jail as often as I did, because one of the things that I have learned over time is jail, number one, doesn't often change behavior for people who are at this lowest level of Maslow's hierarchy. So I'm pretty sparing about using it. But just like the prosecutor said, when somebody has committed a violent act against another person or repeats behavior that is impacting our community in a very negative way, and they're not willing to engage with us, we don't have anything else that we can do. And we have to strike that balance for the community. So there are times, even though I know that may not change that person's behavior, it will take them out of commission for a while and give that business a little bit of a break for a while, if nothing else. So those are the circumstances that I would and have imposed a jail sentence.
Is that it, Tara? Perfect. Next, Ryan.
Thanks, Judge Khan. I have 1 to 2-ish questions about traffic infractions. I didn't see too much on traffic. So can you just say a little bit about what share of cases you're seeing are traffic related? What does that look like? And are there any trends to speak of?
So I had some slides about our traffic and about everything else, but I just didn't have time tonight. So maybe we'll come back to you with some of that. But I can tell you that our traffic dockets, all of our dockets decreased over a period of time, over about a 10-year period. Traffic kind of went down a little bit and then has plateaued over the last year or two as the police department's gotten back up to speed with hiring. We see about, I would say, the 50 to 100 tickets a week that get issued, probably more like 50 that get issued a week in the traffic scenario. And a lot of those cases are allowed where people can pay and close. If you're speeding, a 4-point speeding ticket, the officer can mark a box and they don't even have to see me. So that's how a lot of those get resolved. But I have a traffic docket, 6 of them a month, and there's usually about 50 people starting out on that docket. And then once they pay and close, it ends up being about 30 people that I see on each of those 6 or 7 dockets that I hold. So our traffic docket is steady, and we don't have any issues with it. It doesn't create a lot of public interest because they're going smoothly, but they do take up a good portion of our time.
Okay, thanks. And I just have a follow-up then, and I'll try to be brief, but what I'm trying to draw out is that in my mind, there's at least a couple of competing policy objectives we might have with traffic infractions. So on the one hand, dangerous and negligent driving is a serious threat to public safety, especially to people outside vehicles, which creates additional problems for us. My understanding is that, at least nationally, there's evidence this is getting worse. And one of our tools, not the best tool, but one of our tools is enforcement. So that's on the one hand. And on the other hand, I do worry that an overly punitive approach in a society that really makes cars primary way people have to get around, I worry that punitive measures could disproportionately hurt groups who have been historically and continue to be, suffered the most harm. So I'm just wondering can you talk about that? Do you think about that trade-off and how to sort of, manage that?
Chris, this would be a great one for you because you and I've had conversations about disproportional impact on people of color and things of that nature. So if you want to take a shot at that one.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for the question, Councilmember Shuhart. So one thing I do want to highlight is the current efforts to expand the city's photo enforcement program. I'm really excited about that because the data shows that intersections in which there is like photo red light cameras reduces incidents of really terrible accidents. And photo enforcement also removes having to have a police officer with a firearm pull somebody over and give them a ticket for going 15 miles over the speed limit. And so the photo speed camera is about to get turned on and issuing citations at Broadway and Pine. And we're heavily involved. The city attorney's office is heavily involved in the photo enforcement expansion. And then once that actually comes to fruition, the court's going to be very involved, because we also see photo enforcement cases at the court. And so the vast majority of traffic cases that we see are lower level. So like in the 0 to 4 point range. So like somebody who's going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit, they're going to get a 4-point speeding ticket. And obviously we try to be as consistent as possible, but we give people the opportunity. And I've said it countless times to people, like, hey, like if your financial situation is really strained right now, like tell us about that. And we can come up with creative solutions, like writing an essay on safe driving behavior, or waiving a fine so that they can spend their money on going to driving school. And so we try to be as consistent as possible while also taking into account individual circumstances. And that's something I'm really, really proud of, both at the municipal court and my team's efforts to meet people with empathy, but also trying to do everything that we can to make our roads as safe as possible.
And I'll just echo that. From a judge's perspective, again, just like everything else, it's the plea bargains that the prosecutors decide to offer that drives the process. I do have the authority to impose fines, but ultimately the plea offers that they make. And I was a prosecutor for a number of years, and I've been a judge in a number of other courts. I've never experienced a prosecutor's office that is as thoughtful as this one when it comes to resolving cases in a fair way for people. They do an outstanding job, and I see time and time again them asking me to waive the court costs or the fines for someone who's struggling financially. We do not need to recover money from people who have an $850 disability income that they're trying to survive on. We can find other ways to change behavior. And if someone has got their first ticket and they came to court and they asked for some help and they were willing to go to a class or willing to write an essay, then that's what we're looking for. We're looking to change behavior, and you can do that without being overly punitive. Everything we do can be done with an educational component as part of it. Some people need punishment, but most people respond to education.
Okay, thank you. So I think what I heard is that there's an interest, you both have an interest in more automated enforcement. That's a tool that's not causing you heartburn with respect to equity and justice issues. I guess what I'm hearing.
I haven't given it that much thought. I certainly know that that's a way you can look at it. I think it's up to the prosecutor's office to embrace that type of what approach they want. And I think it's important for the court to make sure that we aren't administering penalties that are disproportionate based on someone's financial situation or whether they're in a marginalized group, any of those types of things. We have to be fair and consistent, and then also take into account people's financial situation when imposing penalties. And I would imagine that the photo enforcement, because there's not an officer that actually issues the ticket, could eliminate some of that equity-related challenge that we would face.
Okay. Okay. Thank you both, and thanks, Lauren, for the time.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, Tina, and then Nicole.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the information. This was great. And it's great to get to know more. And thank you for being thoughtful that there are 3 council members. So this was helpful. My first question is, we have a new alternative sentencing facility coming on. How will that help or change your work or impact it, if at all?
A good question. And Chris actually had the conversation with the sheriff separate than mine. I had a conversation with him previous, but Chris, why don't you take it? Because you had the in-depth conversation with Curtis Johnson. So if you can share that out to Councilor Marquez.
I did. And so the alternative sentencing facility, it's not exactly the same thing as a jail expansion, because it's only for people who have actually been sentenced. And so while I believe it's going to add something like 200 beds to the jail facility, those beds are only going to be reserved for people who are post-conviction. Right now, I think 80 to 90% of the people at the Boulder County Jail are being held on a pretrial basis, which is historically way, way, way high. Historically, that number is about 50. And so they're trying to get that number down so that they can actually populate the alternative sentencing facility once it's once it's created, and then that will free up some bed space at the jail for pretrial detention. And we do hope that maybe that'll be kind of a middle ground for one recommending a sentence, that the hope is when we do have jail and people get sentenced, that they can go to a place where they can actually get assistance. Because right now, the majority of the time, what happens when somebody goes to jail is they get a cell and nothing else. And they're there, and then they get released, and the clothes that they came to jail on. They don't get help with addiction, they don't get help with mental illness. The Boulder County Jail is the largest mental health facility in Boulder County, which is not unusual for our country. And so I'm hopeful that alternative sentencing facility will be able to work with people in kind of a more controlled environment and then release them to a more stable situation. But it's still a far way out, and I'm not putting all my eggs in that basket, hoping that that means that the booking standards are going to be adjusted, because I don't think that'll happen. I think the booking standards are kind of going to be here for a while.
Okay. Thank you. The other question is, that was really helpful, the way what the different courts handle, the community court versus the state court, and the different activities and behaviors that are each addressed. Are you seeing overlap in the individuals who visit each of those two systems? Is there crossover from the people who go from the community court to the state court, or vice versa?
Chris, why don't you take that first, and then I'll comment as well.
Sure. Yes, there is overlap, because there some of our codes also have state law violations, and then also sometimes people who get lots of camping tickets and things like that, they might also have drug charges, and the municipal court doesn't handle possession of meth or heroin or fentanyl or anything like that. And so there is a decent amount of overlap. And so one of the things that we do at community court is we try to help remind people when their next court date is, because they might think that they've come and they've seen Judge Khan, and that because they've seen somebody in a robe who's a judge, that they've taken care of all of their criminal cases, and they can't quite hold in their mind that Judge Khan has no authority over their state court cases. And so we'll write down, hey, tomorrow at 1:30 you're in courtroom F, and you have county court. And sometimes our navigators will actually go to county court with them to help them appear, because just like how in municipal court, jail doesn't address the underlying behavior that causes them to come into contact, in state court, they have that same problem of people cycling in over and over and over. And we also collaborate with the district attorney's office and our county partners in the high utilizer initiative. And the reason is because there is a decent amount of crossover between the two court systems.
And that's one thing that I'm actually been very excited to see, is the prosecutors in our court working with the prosecutors down the hall, so that they can have a concerted approach to a specific individual. And that's a change over the last couple of years. That's been a really good change. And so it's really important that work continue. And our navigators will do whatever they can. They'll take the people to their courtroom. They'll sit with them to get those cases resolved, because if they don't have to be arrested on a warrant for failing to appear, they're not taking up jail bed space, and they can get into mental health counseling or addiction counseling in a much more effective way if they're not in custody. So it's to everyone's benefit for our staff to get them down the hall for those court dates on those more serious charges.
Well, and then I'll just do one more. When we think about the data that we might see in 9 to 12 months, can you give us a sneak peek into what might be a metric or measurable outcome that you're hopeful for?
So, I put up on the screen what I think is the number one metric is how many cases people are getting after they've gotten housed. So that's an important metric, and I don't know that I'll think of one that's more important to that, because if you look at that, that's the one that's causing the least. That's where the harm reduction is most obvious. But there are a lot of metrics that we can look at. We can look at the types of the sanctions that are imposed, and whether those sanctions themselves or the conditions are leading to anything substantive. Sometimes when I'm looking at a case, and we've had someone, they gave us a copy of their ID or a social security card, and that of course is helping them to get document ready. Is it furthering the engagement? We might be able to devise some metrics to determine whether the engagement is furthered by some of these conditions or sanctions that get applied. And prosecutors are going to have to play a key role in that because they're the ones that suggest those conditions. And our navigators give them some ideas because they're the ones that are connected to the housing folks. And so it's a complicated approach. We're going to be looking to the Center for Justice Innovation for guidance on that. There are courts out there that have been doing this for much longer than us, and we want to ask them what they're looking at as metrics. And I think among the groups that are involved, then we can create some. But it's really hard for me to think of anything that's going to be more significant than how many cases someone gets after being housed.
I have to
The
ask a
other-
follow-up question. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What percentage of the people that flow through your system that are not housed are offered housing? Or how many can we offer housing to today?
Wow. I wish I had a navigator here to give me that answer because I don't know. I would imagine, and Chris, maybe you have a better beat on it because you're out there. You want to take a shot at this one?
The people that we help to get actual housing are the people who get many citations. About 75% of the people that we see are able to resolve all of their cases with us in 90 days. People are not going to get housed in 90 days. It's the people, the 25%, who aren't able to resolve all of their cases within 90 days, who keep getting citations, are the ones who actually that we're able to get housed because we help them get their ID, their birth certificate. We do a VI SPDAT. We do voucher applications, actually help them fill out applications for housing. So the people that we can help walk that path, the people who call Boulder home and our Boulder community members, those are the people that we're focused on getting housed, not just people who are passing through, because the unhoused community is very transitory. And also most people who are homeless are only homeless for a very short amount of time. We're really focused on the chronically homeless individuals who call Boulder home. Those are the people that we want to help to get housed. And so that's, while it seems like the numbers overall are low, I think we helped to house 31 people last year. Those 31 people have called Boulder home on average for something like 8 or 9 years. And so they're members of the community, and we've helped them get stability. And I'm right with Judge Cook, or sorry, I'm right with Judge Khan with measures of success, more people getting housed. And I'd like to see more people going through the community court system than the jail system. We saw 173 cases in community court this year. We've seen 360 cases at the jail. So the jail still outstrips community court in terms of the workload.
Okay, I think I'm past my limit. Sorry, Lauren.
It's all good. I will just note that, each of our first 3 sets of questions have taken more than 6 minutes, which is more than our double the total allocation that we had for questions and comments, but it's all good. It's our meeting. Next, we have Nicole and Taisha.
Thanks, Lauren. I appreciate all you're doing to keep us on track tonight. I just wanted to say thank you, Judge. Thank you to the City Attorney's Office. I really just appreciate all that you're doing to carry forward the Judge Cook started and really maintain this commitment to a problem-solving approach. I think it is, your data is showing it. It is incredibly effective. We house like 40 people through Bluebird, and like to see 30 coming from the, we're chipping away at all these different places and really helping to get folks who've been chronically homeless into housing. I had just one question that's kind of coming out from, I got accosted at a community event last night and was being asked about, there's so many drug users on the creek path, and the police are saying that there's nothing they can do about it. And I just wanted to clarify my understanding, and for the community as well, when folks are using drugs in public and they get a ticket to that effect, that doesn't come to our community court, right? If we're talking about using meth or heroin or something like that. And, can you speak to a little bit about why, folks in the community have this sense that it's, council's fault, like we're not doing what we should. But to me, when I look at this, it's really that these tickets are not, they're not city tickets, right? There's nothing they can kind of do within municipal court. But I was just wondering if you could clarify that.
I'll take a shot, and Chris, feel free to jump in when I'm done. You're exactly right, Mayor Pro Tem Spear. The cases that come to us are are the ones that involve marijuana is the only one, and it's a small. It can't be somebody selling marijuana. It has to be the use of marijuana and less than 28 grams probably is probably the limit of what someone could even have in their possession and end up in our court. And if it's anything over, a quarter or an ounce or something like that, they're charging them with a felony up in the district court. And no, felonies involving heroin, meth, fentanyl, those charges are not charges that come to us. And maybe the interim chief can respond to some of these questions surrounding the drug use. I don't like to comment because it's perhaps not fair, but it seems to be that the issue gets conflated because some of them are the same defendants. And so if you see someone and you're walking from your house and you see an individual and you see them camping and you're like, well, there's a person camping and I can see them, a needle nearby, or they're doing something that I can pretty much tell is drug related. It's natural to wonder, why isn't the court doing something about it? And because we have been so out front with this community court, it gets a lot of notoriety within the community one way or the other. I think people conflate it and think, oh, that's the court that's supposed to be responsible for it, and they're turning their back to it. And then, of course, it puts you all in a difficult position. And that's why I'm taking so much time to try to describe it. And this is not a district court that they're missing the boat. This is a really challenging, intractable problem that's not easy to get at.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Was that it, Nicole? Perfect. Taisha.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I will say I continue to desire and request financial information about the programs that we're talking about. We had a very important conversation a few weeks back about our finances. And, again, I think one of the ways that we can support that is by making sure that we are talking about how much things cost, in addition to the impacts that they're making. This isn't specific to you. This is just a general note. And that's just something that I'm hopeful that we can get more information on, especially since there seems to be, to Mark Wallach, and I'm so sorry that he's not able to join us. And I'm grateful that he did provide that hotline that talked about some of, are you?
There he is.
Oh, my bad. I didn't see you, so I wasn't sure, but I just wanted to lift up what you wrote in that hotline because it really speaks to an ongoing conversation that we've had on council since I've been here, and that's just been 7 months, around the roles and responsibilities, who's doing what where. So you mentioned some of the services you offer. Well, several of those services sound similar to the services that helping the Human Services Department also does in the homelessness solution session that we had. And so, again, I'm just eager to get some more synergies across, just busting silos across the work that we're doing. Because as you mentioned, these are the same people in the same community. And yet we've got this program over here, this program over here, this program over here. And I am still very eager. And I don't think it's necessary to wait 9 months for some specific data points around performance. So that's
can I stop? Can I give you a quick response on that?
I mean, you could, but I just want to, I ask you to take a pause for a moment, just because I just have a lot of things there. And I think it's more of just a global comment. I'm also just very mindful of time, and I've got a lot of things. So I'm really just going to kind of tee up some things. I know we're scheduled actually to meet for lunch next week or later this week. So I can certainly follow up at that time with some of these other pieces, but I just want to get out some of these global pieces for my colleagues and staff to hear. So I just wanted to lift up the money piece. I wanted to lift up the roles and responsibilities. So I know that we've got the Homeless Solutions report coming up, and I'm hopeful that it's also inclusive of any services that the court is doing that is impacting or connected with our homeless community in that report. So that is a question that that I'm interested in. There was something that you shared at the beginning of your talk, and you said that, housing, and you talked about housing revisitism, and we looked at that slide. But then towards the end of your talk, you said housing alone will not work effectively without mental health and addiction. And that presentation had a lot on housing and I look forward to having more information on the treatment and addiction work. Because again, I'm gonna just keep coming back to housing first is a strategy that is three-pronged according to the researchers that designed it and study it. The prongs are housing, mental and physical health, and workforce development. And so again, we heard from Michael Doherty about the lack of mental health support that we have here, just in the state of Colorado generally. And so the more that we can be explicit around that mental health support, and then of course, addiction and treatment. So just would love to hear, and you're welcome to respond to that one when I'm finished. But I just wanted to, again, just lift up that when we're talking about housing first, I'm just hopeful that we are using the entire strategy and approach and not favoring one piece over another. There is no data that implies that one piece trumps or is over any of the other pieces. It is my understanding that each of these pieces are critical for being successful. Another question is around just what we are calling success for still housed. Is that 2 years? Is that 3 years? Again, and I'd also love some evidence or data points around like how long should we be following up with folks to ensure that they are still being housed, just from an evaluation perspective. There are some money components to that as well. So I'm just very, very mindful of that. So I'll take a pause and hear any responses that you have to the specific questions that I asked, and then I just have a few more to wrap up. And I didn't ask questions on that first one, so I only used 3 minutes of my time. Go ahead.
And I'll try to be brief, but thank you. Those are really excellent questions and points. I want to point out for the group that the Judge Cook and Devon Kissick-Kelly went out and got a $400,000 grant from the federal government. So we have not spent any money on our program, city money. So I want to make that point clear. There's a second component to this, which is we had 22 full-time employees just a short time ago, a few years ago. We now have 17.75. We have not added employees in order to do the program. We have converted some of our positions. This was going to be part of the presentation. We just had to cut it out. But we have converted some of our positions from probation or from other online positions to navigation related positions. So I want to just make that point. We are trying to do this and be really good stewards of the resources that City Council gives to us. And the third point I think is an important one to keep in mind. And I completely agree with you that housing is just the first step and that you have to have those other prongs. I don't deny that.
No, you said it.
But we are trying not to be a social service agency itself. I do draw the line. We are a criminal justice agency. We are looking for criminal justice outcomes. And so I've been sharing with our team, and Devon and I have had a lot of discussions. When we start to delve over, when we're starting to say we need to have mental health counselors working for the court, no, we don't. Those people work in the community. They should be tapped by the community. Navigators is a different deal because we have the unique ability to connect with people who may not otherwise walk over to human HHS and walk into the office or go to be there. So our navigators play a key role in connecting those people to resources. But we're really, really bare bones about it in the way that we go about that. And so from a roles perspective, we are trying to stay in our lane and deal with criminal justice outcomes. But I'm really looking forward to conversation because you have some really good questions, and they will spur us to look for more data that we can create and educate ourselves and the rest of the community about it. So those are my short answers. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And again, I just need to see how is that $400,000 broken out? How has that changed over time? And again, that is still work that we just need to keep our eye on that. But it is helpful to know. And again, it would have been helpful to know that, this work is grant funded, right? And so that just kind of lets us know. Also feel free, and many others on staff provide a presentation and then also have like a longer memo. And I actually, like that balance of just having that. So, don't feel constrained by, I got to add in the presentation, but I had to take it out. Like, put all the stuff in there and then we'll lift up the things that we need. So I just wanted to lift that up. And then lastly, I had a chance to look at the report that was provided, the community court assessment. And there were a couple of challenges that I had in it. One, it was not clear to me what the criteria was for the evaluation. towards the end on page 23, I saw what the benefits were, and I was like, oh, that looks like criteria. It would have been nice to see what were the outcomes for each of these things around the benefits. But I noticed that the recommendations, and they range from community strategic communication plans to help our community better understand, creating a task force for community leaders, doing trainings for staff, supporting staff in workload, and all of that is wonderful. But what I didn't hear was the role of people with lived experience. I didn't see anything with lived experience in any of that. And one of my challenges is the idea that this court is going to partner with a church that, which is great, but then displaces another program that is actually led by somebody with lived experience, right? So, you know what I mean? I'm just looking for more cooperation and less competition. And just in general, we know, going back to the evidence, that those with lived and learned experience tend to have better outcomes when it comes to supporting programs. Again, remember, I'm an adult child of an addict, so I take addiction and treatment very seriously. I've seen it front row. And so, I understand that it is iterative, that there are relapses. And so that's why I was asking that question about housing, right? If you're only looking 2 years, I didn't have a relapse until 25 years, right? And then our family had to deal with that. So I just want to know, and our family had a relapse in our family. And so we had to deal with that. My larger point is when we're talking about our evaluation for this particular population, we also need to be thinking about how long, right, do we need to be doing the follow-ups for? And we know that there are going to be some fiscal constraints around that. And of course, with this population, people are going to be moving as well. So I just want to just lift up that, that evaluation or assessment. I'm eager to have some more there. But again, it was very helpful to have that. And then just lastly, I would love us as a council to revisit whatever we are doing on a quarterly basis, on a I am thirsty to take a look at the 2025 calendar. Although I appreciate CAC is looking at a 3-month, but then I hear, oh, we do this quarterly. Oh, this is coming this time of year. Oh, this is coming that time of year. So I would just love for us, we have identified new strategic priorities. The city has a new citywide plan. And again, I would just love us to really be more strategic about how we use the topics that we're going to be talking about. And it also is a continuation of our conversation last week on how we use study sessions and whether or not we need to have them. So those are all of the things that I had. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you for this critical conversation and the work that you do to eliminate more people in jail, which we know doesn't work. Thank you.
Let me just say one thing about the lived experience. I couldn't agree more. And so if there is a sense from anyone in our community who has lived experience that we are, as a court, do not want them as part of our program, as a partner, that shouldn't be something that comes from me, because that's not how I view it. And number two, the homeless advisory, there is a homeless advisory board that is in place and that meets regularly, and Megan Newton is part of that. And I believe Nyat and Carlos are part of it. Nyat no longer, but Carlos are part of it. So there is a group that actually meets and secures some information. Chris, you may even sit on that. But that's important. That's an important aspect. I want to make sure that's clear from everybody.
Well, and again,
here.
I don't want those roles to just be helping fold the chairs. Like there should also be leadership opportunities, because we have leaders with lived and learned experience who are trying to actually run programs. And I'm not clear why we're not supporting them and why we're adding on and doing all these supplemental programs. So that's where I'm on the struggle bus, and I'm just hopeful that we can find again those cooperations instead of the competitions.
It's not coming from us. That's what I just want to say. We are not trying to compete with anybody. We're trying to just to reach out to people. And some people don't want our involvement. And if that's the case, that's a little bit different.
Judge
so
Khan,
I just want to make
I'm
that
bringing
point
this
clear.
up because I'm bringing this up because there have been community members who have been experiencing homelessness, who have had issues. So I'm speaking specifically to you and your court about concerns that have been raised, that there are not enough people with lived experience in leadership roles, administering the programs that are of direct service. So again, looking forward to continuing to talk with you, but just in general, we talked about this at the staff retreat as well. Regardless of what the topic is, we need to lift up people with lived and learned experiences, and not just those with learned experience and a good heart. Right.
Completely
I have a
agree.
good heart and learned experience, but I don't have lived experience in all these areas. And we really need to make sure that
Same
we're
with me.
centering them.
Same with me.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. You bet. And we can have more in depth when we meet.
Thank you, Taisha. Next we have Mark, and I would just say that at this point, let's switch to questions and comments. And for those of you who still would like to make some comments, please raise your hands. I will note that we are over time, but it's a good discussion. Mark, you're up.
Okay. Taisha, obviously my presence here is a Christmas miracle. I hope it is well appreciated. A couple of things. I share Taisha's concern about data and trying to develop more data. The report that we looked at this week, I thought was a little bit short in a number of points, and I would have liked to have seen more of that. And I hope that that can be remedied at some point in time. I appreciate the report, but I found it a little shy on that level. I made a number of other points in my hotline. I'm not going to go through them all now. They're there if at any point you want to respond to them. Offline, online, doesn't matter to me. I do have one question, however, which is, a few years ago, we conditioned the provision of services on the amount of time somebody had spent in Boulder. 60 days or 90 days or 6 months, I forget the exact requirement. And then, of course, we dropped that. And as you described it, we are prioritizing housing for those who have that sort of connection or longtime Boulder residents. And I think that's great. I'm just wondering, is there no problem with doing so? In other words, taking somebody who has been here for 5 years or 10 years and saying, you jumped the line for housing. I approve. I don't want to be misunderstood, but I'm just wondering if there's any issue.
Index, and that drives the housing decisions that get made down the line away from us. And Kurt and Megan can probably talk in depth about that with you when they come before you. But our purpose is to simply identify the individuals who might be able to work with an agency to secure housing. We can't make those decisions. Our prosecutors can't. Our navigators can't. It has to be done by the people who have the vouchers, who can then give a voucher to an individual. So we don't make the decision on who skips or jumps the line. So and Chris, if you want to jump in, if there's anything else you want to add to that.
No, I agree with that. It's not a policy choice that's why. It just because the people who have lots and lots of citations have been here for a long time. Those are the people that we end up helping to house. And because our touch point with somebody who has 1 or 2 citations is pretty brief, we're not going to be able to be in a position to help them get housed. We're not going to establish the trust. There's lots and lots of steps that goes into getting somebody from an unsheltered situation into an apartment, and using 1 or 2 camping tickets to do that is just not going to happen. And so that's why we help people who are here for a long time. That's just how it happens to work. It's not a policy choice that we've made.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. And again, I want to emphasize more data would be very useful. Costs and data. I agree with Taisha on both of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you for your email. I appreciate that you spent the time and you identified those issues for us. Really appreciate it.
And next up we have Tara.
Oh, wow. Again, too. So I guess I have a lot of questions, and as much as I loved your presentation is as much as I didn't love the document that we originally read for many reasons. So my first question is I know you didn't write the document. So do you want me to go into all the aggravating things about it? Should we have a private separate meeting about it? Or do you think it's not relevant right now?
Well, it's a fair question. And I tried to delicate about this. I was not involved in the process that ultimately led us to having this particular consultant. And it wasn't fair to the consultant for us to expect him to do a data dive or to do those types of things when the idea was a midterm assessment. And yet looking back on it now, and we have it out, and I paused when I thought, well, I look at this and like, well, it's something that we have, let's share it. It should be in the for the world to see. It doesn't mean that I agree with every piece of information in that. I shared a little bit of this with Devon's, like this is a report that it comes out and looks, oh, it's so favorable to the just one side of the equation. It's not as balanced as I might want, but that wasn't what was really asked. So it has some relevance. It's not something that we're going to tie our hands to, or that I'm waving around saying, look how great we are. It was designed to give you all a little bit of an understanding of where we were at the time, and what the issues were and how we can go forward. But there's a lot of learning for us to do, not just from an assessment. That's one piece of a very large puzzle. And I do anticipate that we're going to have a much more in-depth analysis of the data that we are able to secure at the end of the grant, which ends in September. And we'll have a lot more data and a lot more understanding of how much we spent on which thing that we spent it on. And I think it's fair for the community and for you all to expect that we'll come back and talk to you about that.
So a lot of the things I'm going to say in the next few minutes, and I promise it'll be less than 5 minutes, Lauren, are community questions as well. So like they would write to me, I'm representing them, I'm going to ask them to you. So my first question is we are working on a high utilizer program, which is what, like 5 or 10 years out, let's just say. So we have, if we're lucky, 5 years. Well, it's government after all. So what are we going to do in the meantime with the repeat offenders and the high utilizers while we wait for this? Because you and I know, we all know, I don't know about anyone else, but I know that you're correct 100% about the housing, but we don't have that housing. So what are we going to do meanwhile while we're waiting? Do we just let people? My thing is, it just doesn't seem that entire report was devoid of the words take responsibility, consequences for your actions, things like that. And so what are we going to do with consequences for actions, even at the municipal court levels, harassment, trespass, so that we don't get people with 60 tickets? And I know your hands are tied. So this is me just speaking the words that either I'm frustrated about or community members are. And so that's my first question for you to weigh in on.
So again, if you circle back to the idea of what constitutes an eligible offense for the community court program or a traditional court response, you said harassment, trespass. If you're thinking about trespass at a business that's open and someone trespasses that, and we can have something other than a PR bond, or harassment, which does have a state misdemeanor counterpart, those come under a different approach from the prosecutor's office, and Chris can talk about that. But those types of violations, if the community, and if you can be a spokesperson for us, tell the community, make sure they understand the difference. It's challenging because this is not intuitive what we're facing here. It's really illogical, the challenges that we have. And so it doesn't mean people aren't smart. It means it's really awkward to think about it in the sense that you don't have the tool that you need to have to change behavior, to have consequences for actions. It's struggling to get that tool. And so I empathize with people because I know it's, hey, we want to change this behavior. How come we can't change the behavior? So all I can tell you is we're doing what we can with the tools that we have. And that is using the jail when it's the right tool to change a behavior or to give the community a break from an individual's behavior. It's a right tool. And for those other low-level offenses where we don't have another tool, we have to use the community court model. So how do we deal with this? Boy, I hope it's not 5 years. I go to those high utilizer meetings, and they're important to me. They're important to a lot of people who are going to those meetings, working on funding. My hope is that we're going to get this done a lot sooner than people think, where we have some of these resources that are available. That's number one. Number two, part of the reason I'm so excited about this community court model is we haven't even tapped what it can do for people who are not housed, but have significant mental health needs, and we haven't been able to get them housed. And so if we can access some of that mental health component and make that part of what we do, there is another bit of low hanging fruit for us to pursue, but it's a resource driven problem. And, you know, Councilor Adams touched on it. We have to have the resources, and how much resources can you put towards one specific issue? But that would be my view is if there are people out there who are committing crimes and offenses against people, the DA's office and the district court are doing what they can do. If there's a place for us to help and engage with people or leverage our relationships with people to get them more engaged with some of those programs that are available through the state, then let's do it. And that's why what's encouraging to me is the relationship that's developing between the prosecutor's office from the DA's position and the municipal court, because if those folks can start to really collaborate and the judges can start talking about what kind of things can we do jointly, there is some additional ground that can be gained. I don't know how much right now, because these are just right now at the beginning of us discussing, but I do think that this can be something that we get out. We got to turn the spigot off. And I think Mayor Pro Tem Spear and I have had that conversation. We're bailing out the bathtub. We also need to turn off the spigot of having people become unhoused. And so there's a lot of challenges there.
There is, and I think one of the challenges is, although I think Councilmember Adams did bring up one of my concerns, which was how many people are getting everybody paperwork, and whether, you know, multiple, you know, parts of our organization are. And you said, well, this has to do specifically with criminal justice, and that's true. Is we don't even have anything to do with people. We don't have anything for people. Like if you take some of the people that might have success stories, and who even knows where they are today, and if they are successful, it's not like you can push somebody to go into a drug addiction program. You can't make them go in. And I think Chris Reynolds, do you remember when you were there with me? Roxanne Peterson took us and a bunch of us to this program in Denver.
The Other Side Academy.
Yeah. What did you? I always call it
It's
Upside
called
Down
the
Academy.
Other Side.
The
Other Side Academy.
Other Side Academy. But you had to be in jail to access it, because once somebody was in jail, then the person, I guess the prosecutor would say, or I'm not sure who would say, you can stay in jail, which is terrible, or you can go to this program so you can try to get work on your drug addiction and, you know, learn also work, you know, like Excel and all other things to be able to be great, you know, have a good life and, you know, be a member of society that, you know, does positive things. I wish that we could still have that, but do you think that because of the whole situation with the PR bonds, that would be an unintended consequences, that we can't push people to have, to be in these types of programs, that we can't force them?
And I'm going to encourage shorter answers, considering we are already 30 minutes over on this topic.
I'm almost done too. So good. You don't believe me, I know. Anyway, any thoughts, Chris, or did you not want to talk? You want to talk about that?
I didn't know that was directed at me.
We've
referred people to Other Side Academy without them being in jail. So we just have to figure out a different way to do it. I think that in the past, using the coercive aspect of the criminal justice system is one way, but we just have to get creative and figure out a different way.
Okay, that's great news. I'm glad to hear that, because that was a great program. Is a great program. So now I'm going to just mention the community members, what type of data they would like to see. I just have a list. I'm going to quickly go through it. Number of cases by crime type, number of convictions, number of dismissals, number of repeat offenders, number of tickets issues, number of tickets issues to the same individual, number of failures to appear. And that would be both for regular traditional municipal court and also community court. These are the kind of things people have been emailing me that they would like to hear. So I don't know if you agree that they should hear it, and I'm happy to be pushed back at not that that's a phrase, that's not what we really want. But I was just throwing out what some community members have written to me about.
Why don't you, if you don't mind, sending me an email of those lists of questions, and Chris and I can share them with the prosecutors, and we could try to get responses to you at whether it's in writing or whether we do it in the next session. Some of it, I'm going to circle back and say, if we continue to feed conflate this idea of what's important, you may have more community members who continue with the same viewpoint. And what I'm trying to do is get them to understand that some of those metrics that they're concerned about aren't metrics that are really going to evaluate what's going on here in our court.
Well, that's why I think you're the greatest ever. Just let me say. And I think I'm pretty much done with what I was going to say, but I do want to end with how great a job I think you guys are already doing. And community court is great. And also I appreciate the opportunity to hear from you guys, and from you, that's not even a phrase I should use, from you all, what you think could be better. Like you have your hands tied, but I feel like if we just did this, it would make a big impact. The community might feel, so is there anything, and this is not for tonight, when you come back to us in 9 months that you as a you and your departments and everybody involved can come back and say, we think that this will do better. Let's be creative. How about this idea for getting people's behaviors changed or modified, even though it's out, even stuff that is outside of the traditional way, or something innovative even. Right, Lauren? I was talking to you about that. So that's really what I'm looking forward to as well. And I know that I've heard such great things from you when we talk one-on-one. So I'm actually confident you're going to come up with some things. And thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I think on that topic, it looks like our questions and comments have all gone out, and thank you guys so much for joining us. I think it sounds like there's a lot of great follow-up conversations to be had, and I think we need to transition into the next topic.
I'm going to just say sorry to Interim Chief Redford. Sorry we took so long, but I'm going to stay and watch his presentation.
Thank you so much, and we can go straight to Interim Chief.
All right. Good evening, Council, and thanks for having us back. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly since we had so much time with you last month. This is going to look like our traditional quarterly updates, just going to give you a glimpse of some current state of affairs and some updates on a couple things, and not a huge deep dive like last month. So here with me tonight, again, is Dr. Reinhardt, and you'll be hearing from the two of us. So if we can get the presentation up, we'll dive into it. Next slide, please. So 4 quick things, going to talk about our focused efforts, a couple significant incidents, a little on community engagement, and then take questions. So that's what we're looking at here in the next little while. Next slide, please. So I just want to remind you that when we're talking about our crime picture and how we are looking at not only our prevention but response to crime, we're still using our stratified policing model. It's evidence-based, and it's how we look at proactive crime, but also heavy on the prevention side. And I'm not going to get into it more. I'm happy to have conversations with any new council members that aren't incredibly familiar with stratified policing, but it focuses on a couple things: problem locations, problem areas, problem crimes, and significant incidents, which we'll talk a little bit about. Next slide, please. So our first problem area under stratified policing is University Hill. And it might be a little difficult to see on the map, but in that red box there, this is the problem area that we've identified. This was done based on calls for service. This was done based on crime, and it allows our officers to focus their proactive time in these areas where we have seen an inordinate amount of calls for service. What I'm happy to report in this problem area tonight is we've made some great progress. We noticed we had one business that was causing quite a bit of problems on the Hill, actively interfering with investigations and things. And I believe council is aware of what went on there, and that the business Taco Junkie was closed. We've had a lot of cooperation with other businesses in the area that have been on board with our efforts to try to reduce calls there. And so we're very happy with that. It's an ongoing issue in the neighborhood, but we're pretty happy with some of the successes there. So we are also continuing to partner with Code and other entities with our license enforcement. And then we've had a lot of meetings with property managers, property owners on what we call the Hill to continue to reduce calls. Hill revitalization working group efforts, the judge alluded to this, but CU has done a great deal to better their party registration. Our neighborhood impact team that works the Hill has direct contacts with all the frats. not only on an education front, but when things happen, we get almost immediate compliance in most cases. And I think that's why you've seen a lot of the summonses and things like that go down. A lot of great coordination and cooperation there. It's a true holistic approach, and we're having great success. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, from January of this year compared to last, we have an 18% reduction in calls for police service in this problem area, and almost a 30% reduction in crime, which we're very happy about. The same amount of proactive activities, which is interesting. It means that maybe we're, in our efforts with stratified policing, just being a little bit more focused on the longer term solutions. One thing we noticed here, we were a little bit worried about, is when we focused on problem locations, that things would just kind of move around the block. And so far that hasn't happened. Next slide, please. Oh, and before we go to, you can leave the slide, but before I leave the topic of University Hill, because of the efforts our team has made and all of our partners, we are actually removing University Hill as a problem area under stratified policing. And based upon some data, we're in the initial scanning phase of the SARA model now. We are moving one of our 2 problem locations from the Hill to North Boulder based on a drastic increase we've seen with some issues there. And so more to come on that. We're still figuring out the parameters there, but our 2 problem areas going forward are now going to be the downtown problem area and North Boulder. Our teams will still be monitoring the ones that are assigned to the Hill, all of the issues there to make sure they don't return. So moving on to downtown, that's our second problem area. It's a little different when you look on the map, but that red line indicates where we are focusing our efforts on our second problem area. Under stratified policing, we have a commander assigned to each area, and in this case, a sergeant assigned to different areas. So we have a sergeant assigned to the library to work on issues and a sergeant assigned to RTD. We have upped our staffing on the mall to 6, and we've had a great success, as I talked about last month, with our proactive policing, some pretty major cases. Our e-bikes are continuing to pay off dividends, and last week we had about 20 of our officers go through to get certified on bike patrol, and those are traditional bicycles, not all e-bikes. I wish we could have 20 e-bikes, but you're going to see a lot more officers on foot, on bikes and e-bikes downtown. It's just really working well for us, not only on enforcement, but community engagement as well. One thing that's important in this problem area is we look to do things through stratified policing that aren't the traditional mechanisms of arresting people, things like that, although that has a place, is working with our partners. So Commander Heath is engaged with the team that's working on the redesign for Civic Park and Central Park. And as we're in those efforts, we're looking to see how we can make those things less conducive to crime while we have the opportunity to work with that team. And then we've continued to work on the drug distribution downtown and had good successes like I shared. Next slide. So downtown does not have the same success story yet that we've had on the Hill. We are still seeing an increase in calls in some areas and some types. So downtown is staying as one of our problem areas where we are focusing our work, continuing as we added officers to our homeless outreach team and our homeless response team and the mall, seeing additional cleanups and things that we're able to do in this area. One thing I just want to point to, so far this year compared to last, we've seen 117% increase in officer pedestrian contacts. That's on bikes, on foot, officers just out and about talking to people and being out there very visible, and that we know that helps deter crime. Even though we're still seeing some rise in some categories, we've seen an 18% reduction in calls for service in downtown. Dr. Reinhardt, who I'm actually about to turn it over to, will give you a better picture of crime. I know we're moving quick, but I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Reinhardt to go through some real quick data and give you a picture on a couple of our problem crimes. Daniel?
Yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. Good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Reinhardt, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the data. So first, I wanted to start talking about overdose because it's a serious issue of a lot of concern.
We can't hear you if you're maybe you
may have
got hit
to
or something.
turn your video off.
We tested this right before and it worked great. I think he's going to transition into the other room where we know it works.
As our city clerk says, it's a gremlin day tonight.
I thought those were only brought on by the full moon, but maybe it's the full schedule for CIC also
Could be.
brings out the gremlins.
In the interest of time, I've got Daniel's notes. I'm familiar with this slide. Until I see him pop back up, we'll just continue with this. No, that's not him. So when we're talking about overdoses, it's obviously incredibly important for us. We continue to use Narcan on a regular basis, but we have seen a decline, which is hopeful. We are responding to about 2 overdoses per week in the city. Sadly, in the last 2 weeks, we've had a couple of fatalities, and we're continuing to figure out ways to reduce that with our partners. Daniel's estimates, and Daniel just popped back up, so I'm going to let him take over. But Daniel, if you want to hit those last couple points, and we'll move to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that, Chief. So yeah, more than half of the overdoses that BPD has responded to so far this year are believed to involve fentanyl. And officers continue to use naloxone when community members are experiencing opiate overdoses, and we've seen success, and we know that it saves lives in those situations. Next slide. So here, we wanted to talk a little bit about motor vehicle theft and burglary. Those are crimes that BPD has especially focused on since starting stratified policing. So analyzing data in this kind of format, in a monthly format, against data from last year and from a 3-year average, it allows us to get a better sense of any kind of seasonal component. It also allows us to get a better sense of whether or not the initiatives that we're trying are having some kind of noticeable short and medium term impact on the things that we're doing and looking at. Next slide, please. So, we're happy that we've seen some modest decreases from last year to this year for motor vehicle theft. And another way that we consider these kinds of circumstances is with a more tactical analysis. And so looking at, very specific patterns for where these things are occurring and the kinds of vehicles that are impacted by this kind of crime. Looking at it this way, it helps us to investigate crimes, prevent future crimes, and really to leverage this information to inform the community about situations that they should be aware of that could help folks understand ways that they can prevent different kinds of situations to their vehicle or in their neighborhood. Next slide, please. So considering burglary next, there are a lot of offense circumstances like suspect patterns and building vulnerabilities. One of the things that's helpful to point out is that, like we know in Boulder, a lot of burglaries might involve theft of bicycles, electronics, tools, other kinds of things from garages or unattached structures. And so it's helpful to be mindful about that, about how property is stored. But it's also a good time for us to point out that this Saturday, there will be a bicycle theft awareness expo at Community Cycles. So there'll be security-minded individuals talking about crime prevention and things that you can do to dissuade and diffuse those kinds of situations before they occur. Next slide, please. So one of the last slides that we wanted to talk about is sort of thinking about crime citywide in more of a global manner. One of the things to point out is that the Boulder Police Department learns about circumstances that happened weeks, months, or years ago. And so it's helpful to point out like the kind of crime reporting that's happening in addition to the kind of crime that's happening in this moment, incident-based date ranges. So year to date on the right side of the slide, you'll see that there's an appreciable decrease in aggravated assaults and theft from motor vehicles, but there are increases in other kinds of crime. And so I wanted to highlight 2 of those tonight. The first one I wanted to highlight is increases in reported robbery. So robbery includes shoplifting that involves force, and much of the increases in robbery that we've seen this year are due to confrontations between shoplifters and store employees. And so we wanted to remind property and business managers to have really clear protocols, right, for the kinds of times that employees should or should not engage with people shoplifting in their business.
The second thing I really wanted to highlight are arsons. So BPD has arrested multiple adult suspects in connection with these crimes so far this year, but we've also completed multiple juvenile referrals for teenage suspects in connection with these crimes. Most of the arsons so far this year have involved lighting trash or debris on fire in dumpsters or other contained settings. And we really want to remind the community that if you see something concerning to you, to please call 911 or call our non-emergency phone line at 303-441-3333. I'll hold the rest of it for any questions during the Q&A. But with that, please go to the next slide, and I'll hand it back to Chief Redfern to discuss significant incidents.
Thanks, Daniel. We can go to the next slide. I'm just going to hit on a couple significant incidents, and this slide is kind of a late add because this problem popped up again fairly recently, and we have officers actually out there right now in these parks dealing with some Thursday night events that have popped up in the last month. I just want to mention it because it's actually turned into a fairly significant resource drain for us, but we've seen the Thursday night, used to be called the Thursday Night Riders, come back. Now, predominantly, though, they're in vehicles, and they will be driving from Evan G. Fine, Scott Carpenter, and North Boulder Park. The first week was fairly out of control. We had a lot of intoxicated juveniles, some of which were so intoxicated we had to call ambulances. We had fights. And so we did a decent amount of public messaging, specifically trying to get parents to make sure they knew what was going on, but also enforcement. And we've had about 8 to 10 officers committed every Thursday night. Anytime there's a large crowd like this, there's a potential that things go sideways. And a couple years, year or two ago or more, we had some large gatherings that turned pretty bad in North Boulder. So we're trying to avoid that. In the last 3 weeks, we've written 20 minor and possession tickets, 9 traffic tickets, 2 tickets for brawling, and then we've had the multiple medical calls. So happy to say last week it was quite better, and we're hoping that our presence as well as some of the education is going to continue it to be more tame. We want people to have fun, but we can't have them gathering in mass and causing some of the issues we've seen. Next slide, please. This one, a couple of weeks ago, I want to just highlight some really good work. We got a 911 call of a woman that was pulled into a vehicle. The caller actually had it on video. It was a very frightening video, and this person was clearly taken against her will into a car. We worked with patrol and detectives to figure out where this car was. When they located the vehicle, they immediately got the female to safety. The male suspect ran on foot. Our officers chased him, and he was in possession of a stolen handgun as well. He was a prior felon, a lot of serious charges there. We don't have a lot of this type of crime regularly in Boulder, and I'm just glad that this one ended the way it did. Just wanted to highlight some good work there as well. Next slide, please. So this, I didn't have a chance to talk about this last month. We were talking about the drug case, but just wanted to mention, as we're talking about burglary being one of our problem crimes, this case, we tied over 20 burglaries to a group of repeat burglars. We executed multiple search warrants at storage units, recovered stolen bikes, firearms, and other things, and we made multiple arrests from this case. This was a long-term case involving a lot of different locations being burglarized in the city. Just a shout out to our partners with the Boulder County Drug Task Force. We were able to determine that this suspect group was fencing stolen things like bikes and trading them for drugs. So kind of a complex organization. We've disrupted that, and we've started to see a difference in burglaries of this type. Next slide. I wanted to highlight just kind of an interesting call and give you just another glimpse of the variety of the work that our officers do on a regular basis. On graduation day, we got a call that there was a man on the roof of a home in North Boulder. He was actually damaging and pulling things off the roof. We learned quickly that he was a Spanish speaker. We had not only our crisis intervention response team, but a Spanish-speaking detective there. We were able to negotiate him off the roof, and he was charged with some felonies, trespass, criminal mischief, and things like that. Next slide. I think it's the last one. Can you go forward one for me, please? There we go. As always, we just talk a little bit about community engagement. I'm going to go quick through here, but very happy to say we had a safe Boulder Creek Fest. We had a bike safety expo, recruiting booth, a lot of great interaction out there. Boulder went off very, very well with 47,000 people. As you can see in the picture, our officers truly love working that event, and we just had a ton of great interaction there. I've had several coffees with the cop. The last one was this Tuesday at the Age Well Center. Great opportunity to get out in the community. I'm very excited. You may see I'm wearing one tonight. This is the first time we've ever put a Pride badge out for officers and staff to purchase for Pride Month. It's been very well received in the community. The intent is to show support for our LGBTQ plus community, and then also show support for our employees. And I have to tell you, when I started in this profession quite some time ago, I never thought I would see the day where we'd be able to so openly support folks like myself. So it's been great. Last weekend, several of us traveled to Grand Junction and attended the Special Olympics Summer Games, where we handed out medals to athletes, judged competitions, had just a great time, that picture there. We had our recent award ceremony, which was phenomenal. Thanks to those of you who made that and supported. And then our O ceremony, welcoming new officers and some promotees. And then, as you know, our YOAB group ended this session ended with an open house. We had a lot of youth in the building to talk about policing and give feedback. And the survey we received after that was overwhelmingly positive on those interactions. Next slide. So that is all. As usual, we put the QR code here for our crime dashboards if people want to know more about crime in specific areas, as well as our new newsletter that comes out once a month highlighting some of the work that we do and other interesting things that are going on, as well as a calendar of events. So a lot fairly quickly, but I think we're ready for questions.
Thank you for that presentation. And for I'm gonna, since we're a little behind on time, encourage people to do questions and comments together, ideally in 2 minutes, which is the same as open comment. So let's start with you, Tara Weiner.
I have 2 questions, which I can do in 2 minutes. Time you go. Steve, I'm sorry, I should be calling you, wait, what is your title again? Sorry, interim chief. I already lost 30 seconds with that question, Lauren. I have 2 questions. First of all, we discussed how North Boulder's crime was up 40% at one meeting. Do you remember that? You were there and I was there.
I do.
Do you know if that was 40% higher than the rest of Boulder, 40% than it's ever been? And is crime in North Boulder now just like everywhere else? Is it higher than everywhere else? Do you happen to know those metrics?
You know, I thought it might come up. I asked Dr. Reinhardt to have that information. If he's got it handy now, I'll have him go over that.
Yeah, so council member, we were looking at it in a couple different ways. So that 40% number, I think that was in relation to the same geographic area in the previous year. So the same time period and the same geography the previous year. But one of the things that kind of concerned us as a department was that it looked like that area was beginning to account for more crime citywide than it had historically. And that wasn't 40%, but for the land mass, for the amount of activity happening there, it was enough to be concerning.
So is it now North Boulder is what compared to the rest of Boulder? They're all equal or it's higher?
That's kind of a complicated question to answer. I can get you a more definitive answer to that, like based on the land mass or based on the number of homes or something like that. But it is increasing concern. Yeah.
Okay. And then my last question, and then I actually have no comments, Lauren, is my last question is what should community members do about shoplifting? It's a huge problem. It's a huge burden on businesses right now. I get a lot of people. I'm worried for the businesses because how much can they really take between all the problems, you know, that we've talked about, plus also shoplifting. So do the businesses know what to do? I noticed that you were trying to help.
I think it depends, council members. So what we do see a lot of theft at the larger retailers, Target, Home Depot, and they have some fairly formalized ways that they address it with security, technology. They're very good partners for us and they have great video. What we see is more problematic is the smaller small businesses that don't have the resources that the bigger box stores do. One thing we can commit to is we will actually come out to a business if they're experiencing problems and give them advice on ways they may be able to kind of, for lack of a better term, target harden their businesses a little more. So, you know, things like, you know, if you're in a convenience store, don't keep your single cans of beer right inside the front door. We did this with the Circle K on Canyon, putting them behind the cooler and after a certain time of night, the clerk has to unlock it to give someone a single can of beer. We're happy to do those. Our community resource officer does an assessment at places, but we do network fairly frequently with businesses on that topic, as well as education, like, encouraging them not to necessarily get physical with the shoplifter and potentially get hurt over an item. And those are ongoing conversations, but anyone can reach out to us and we can help that out.
And so I had asked Judge Kahn months ago, what do we do about shoplifting? And he said it wasn't a municipal court thing, that it was. So is there any hope for consequences for shoplifters, or is that like not happening?
I don't honestly know specifically what happens on the DA's level with shoplifters. I know it's more at the lower end of the seriousness of cases that they see. That's easily something that we can get more info from the DA's office on how that plays out once we write that ticket and it goes to district court.
Thanks, Tara. Next up, I see Aaron and then Tina.
Hey, thanks very much, Interim Chief Redfern and Dr. Reinhardt, et cetera, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. So just a couple comments. One was I was really thrilled to see the reduction in incidents on the Hill. And so thanks for all of your hard work in collaborating with the neighbors and the university, and congrats to everybody, council members who got involved. Great to see that taken off the problem list. So congrats and thanks on that. And then also appreciate you looking at the data and taking the situation in North Boulder seriously. I've certainly have heard, as have you, about residents in the area who are concerned. So really glad to hear you'll be taking a close look at that and making sure that doesn't get into a worse space, instead gets better. So just wanted to offer those two thank yous. And then while I got the floor, since I didn't pop up on the last one, I think Chris Reynolds and Judge Connor are still here. Thank you both for your extraordinary work and partnership on the community court. I was really impressed by the presentations and all that you're doing for the community. So thanks. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Tina, you're up next, and then.
Yep, I'm going to chime in again on recognition and thank you for looking at North Boulder and helping just to understand what the trends are there and hopefully being proactive in that area. Appreciate it. Then my second question was concerning the overdoses that you're seeing. Are we also seeing a decrease in overdose deaths, or is it just an overdose?
Daniel, I think you have the data on that. I don't believe we've had as many this year as last so far.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, council member, that there's few enough of them that it's not a huge difference, like in terms of a large percentage difference, but it's a concerning problem, and we're actually working with the coroner's office to understand not just overdose deaths, but situations where we see decedents in the community that may have drugs in their system, and so it's still a concerning problem that we're looking into.
And Councilmember Marquis, if I can just point out one thing that I learned the other day that's incredibly concerning is the use of Narcan by not only our officers, but the community is making a big difference in that. But we have one guy in the park downtown. Typically, we have used at least 7 Narcans to bring him back from overdoses. And so without that resource, I think that number would be a lot different. And so it's kind of become a thing where I think people know we're going to be there with it. And so it becomes sometimes a concerning thing because we're not always going to be there. And then we just, it's constantly something that we're looking at figuring out how we can do better to prevent it.
Okay, and thank you for sharing that. That's a really good point. And then lastly, just commenting on the North Boulder Thursday night end of school year biker rallies. At some point, I hope that, we connect with some of the kids that are actually there, and not necessarily ones that were ticketed, but just kind of understanding what teens are looking for. Obviously someone like me can't ideate that, but people that are really looking for different opportunities in the community and seeing how maybe some of our other parts of the city services could meet those needs, because this has been a recurring problem for a few years now. So, and it doesn't, I know you can't stop all this, but it might be that there's some creative ways to engage youth that aren't, that are alternatives to what's happening now. So.
We would love to not to have enforcement be the way to fix it.
Thank you, Tina. Matt, I see you're up next, and then Nicole, and then Mark.
Thanks, Lauren. I'm gonna maybe follow the track that Aaron was on. I didn't say any words on the previous piece, but I just wanted to express some gratitude towards Judge Kahn and Chris Reynolds, in particular, because when Judge Cook left, she was kind of an institution here for a long time and did some amazing work. And to see how well Judge Kahn has grabbed the reins and really sort of made that court his own and really done some tremendous leadership. I just want to express a lot of gratitude in such a short time. You've put a really good stamp on the court and with staff and the work. So thank you. And then similarly with Chief Redfern, I appreciate how the stratified policing is paying off, and we can remove the Hill as a problem area. I can't say that's ever been the case, and I was a student on the Hill. I wouldn't say responsible for any mayhem, but nonetheless, it's amazing to see that work is paying off, and we're able to move resources to places that need that and be adaptable to the situation. So I appreciate that continued commitment to that work, because we can sort of see it paying off, and we can then move resources and take care of the issues that are problems. So thank you for all of that. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Nicole, and then Mark.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I just wanted to follow on the same question that I was asking in the previous presentation, just around, thinking about the public drug use, specifically meth use, that we've got on our creek paths and other areas. Where is the backlog? Because I get the sense, right? We're giving people tickets. There, presumably something is happening with that, and yet, what I'm hearing is that you all are feeling like there's nothing that you can do about it, right? And so just sort of wondering, is it that we just don't have enough treatment facilities? Like, what is leading to this perception that there's nothing that we can do about it? And mostly, I'm just curious because everybody looks to council like, you guys suck, you can't take care of this problem, right? And in my mind, it's that this problem is not. It's not just the city that's involved, right? It's bigger than that. And anyway, just any levers we could pull that may help with the situation. Thank you.
I'm glad you asked, because when I heard it in the previous presentation, I wanted to hit on that real quick. I hope that if we are giving anyone in the community the impression that we can't conduct enforcement on people using narcotics in public, that's just not true, and we have to end that. And if I need to have better communication internally to make sure that's not the narrative, I'll definitely do it. I know that there is frustration, though, amongst our patrol officers, because fully acknowledging that arresting someone repeatedly that is addicted to drugs is likely not going to be the solution to helping them. It used to be a mechanism we had prior to law changes around 2019 to disrupt behavior. And we have people tell us regularly, I'll just sit here in the middle of the park and smoke meth or fentanyl because I know I'm just going to get a ticket. And so it does manifest to frustration for the officers. And frankly, it's understandable that people think that it's not going to be like it used to, where right, wrong, or indifferent, they would go to jail, charged with a felony. Now they get a ticket. It's still a felony, but lower level. And I'm not weighing in on whether I think that's the right decision that was made in Denver in 2019. It's really just we are sometimes very frustrated with the lack of ability that we have to change that behavior. And so that's, I think, where that comes from. I think it would be an easy ask to get with the county court to kind of find out what happens with the majority of those tickets. I don't have that information. I know, Daniel, it's not something we regularly keep because, as the judge mentioned, those tickets go into county court. And again, with county court dealing with everything up to including homicide, those are on the lower end of what they deal with. And so I suspect it will take someone several of those tickets to get a warrant where they may spend some time in jail. All of this goes to our bigger issue that we've talked about repeatedly, that we talk about in the high utilizers, is better treatment options, at the state, county, local level, all of the things in that much larger conversation. Those come to a head down on the day-to-day level when we're interacting in public places. And so I think that's where a lot of that comes from, council member, is just everyone, including our staff, somewhat frustrated and hoping that we can come to some better solutions.
Yeah, no, I thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that it is a frustrating situation all around for everyone involved. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I'm just sorry that you all are having to be the sort of addiction resources and right the folks who are responding to what is not fundamentally kind of a criminal justice problem, more just a behavioral health problem that we don't have the resources for. So anyway, thank you for appreciate it.
You're welcome. And one more small thing is people still need to call us when they're seeing that behavior. It's still illegal. We will still respond, and it helps us track all of the data.
Thank you, Nicole. Up next, we have Mark, and then I have some questions and comments.
I'm going to throw my 2 cents in as well with respect to the Hill. Congratulations on your great success and in dealing with those issues and those problems. I only have one question. With climate change, we've all become a little more sensitive to things like fire danger. And we have July 4th coming up. And I'm wondering, is there anything that you have in mind, or does your force deal with that at all in terms of fireworks and the possibility that fireworks can lead to something much more unpleasant than more dangerous?
Great question, sir. Even though I know you don't like when I call you sir, I apologize. Fireworks are illegal in the city. We do enforce firework ordinances. People call us without hesitation when fireworks are going off. We will be doing the same as we do every year, but a big public education campaign reminding everybody as it gets closer here in a couple weeks to the 4th that they are illegal. It's a huge concern, and hopefully people remember recent events. We will definitely be rolling that out here in the next week or two.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Thanks, Mark. Up next, Taisha, and then I'll go.
I actually will be brief because this is a continuation of the previous session and it was just helpful to get some of that additional numbers. I will say I am concerned. It's wonderful to see the property incidents go down, but the personal go up is concerning. And it was also interesting between the simple assault and the aggressive. I just thought that was also an interesting relationship, and I'm curious to hear more about that, but not at this moment. One, I did also want to echo Tina's compliment about the neighborhood specific. It's just really powerful to be able to see at that grain size. And again, that type of data would have helped us months ago when we were talking with our North Boulder community, right? And so again, making sure that we have that in the data when we need it is, I think, one of the challenges that we're going to have. But to know that it exists in the rigor that it's in, and the grain size that it is in is very exciting, and again, very useful as we're thinking about how to make sure that everybody is safe, regardless of socioeconomic, race, gender, class, etc. I also wanted to just say congratulations on all the new officers. I've been taking it upon myself to introduce myself to any any uniformed officers that I find in our community, throughout our community, especially during Boulder and some of our larger events where more out of town community members are coming. I don't tell them who I am. I just shake my hand and just see how they receive me. And it's just it has been consistently that level one of, oh, hello, it was really nice. And there was only one who tried to give me like a little fist bump, and I was like, I'm not a child. But we shook hands and it was just fine. But my larger point is, as we have some of these newer folks coming on, how do we build relationship with our community members in meaningful ways? And so I also wanted to lift up the work that you all were doing with the Youth Advisory Council. And I'm hopeful even within that work that there's we continue to expand that effort so that we're also meeting with youth who are having to deal with the police. Right? I think that is something, going back to the live and learn conversation from before, is also applicable here. How do we actually work with those who have been in the system and working with them to excuse me, identify issues. So I don't have any specific questions at this time, but more so just some appreciations around what I'm seeing. Also, again, just thank you. We have a lot of Juneteenth activities coming up this week. We know we have seen an increased incidences of hate crimes across. Obviously, it's Pride Month as well, and so again, how do we show up to make sure everybody's safe without making folks feel like they're over policed? And I think that's the line. And so I'm also wondering if there's opportunity for more plainclothes officers, or, you know what I'm saying? I just, it was hard to see the SWAT presence at the Boulder. I almost was like, are they even a part of our Boulder Police Department? Because it was a different outfit, huge machines. I don't even want to talk about how much they cost. But again, just being mindful of how we show up, how your officers show up, and the different ways that they can show up to make sure that all the community members, visitors, etc., feel good, and most importantly, from somebody who is over policed all the time, that those who have a history of chronic over policing when they come here don't experience that. That is success for me. So thank you so much.
All very good points. Thank you for all of that, council member. I'm glad to hear that your experiences were what they were. The one thing I will say for everybody, we are starting up, you asked about engagement with newer officers. We're starting up, it used to be called a Citizens Academy. We're going to call it the Community Academy sometime in the fall, where people will be able to come in here and kind of go through an academy like we had before the pandemic. So more to come on that, but that's going to be another way we can do that.
Thank you, Taisha. I was going to give my questions and comments real quick, and then I'll go to you, Ryan. So I wanted to start off with appreciating moving officers onto bikes and out of cars. I think that, having that allows people to see, one-on-one interaction is human to human without having the metal and glass bubble of a car. I had a similar note from the Boulder. It seemed like I hadn't noticed SWAT presence at the Boulder before. Was that unique to this year? Is that something we're planning in the future? Was it just more in my face this year? Could you touch on that a little bit?
So the best of my knowledge, we've had a SWAT component there for a long time. I can definitely tell you, in light of the Boston bombing and all of those things, we've always had them there. There's a little bit of discussion, and we do this on every event. Do we want people to see them there so that if they are thinking about harming our community, they might think twice? Or do we have them, hidden out of sight? And so that's a philosophical decision we have to make at every event. But I will not run a major event without having an immediate response component there of people that are highly trained with all of the threats that have happened around the country. And so I totally understand the optics, but we also don't want it to be a secret that we have, that we are prepared to deal with anything that might come up there. And so always a balance, happy to, have additional conversations on what that looks like for next year, but it is consistent with what any jurisdiction that I'm aware of is doing for major events like that. So happy to provide more on that and tell you a little bit more about what goes into that, but that's a general snapshot of why we have that there.
Thank you. My other question is about overdose prevention. You mentioned kind of wanting to get, arms around that a little better. I know that Boulder County Public Health has also been looking for things like they would really like to have an overdose prevention vending machine in our downtown area. They previously had a Sharps container, but were sort of pressured to remove it. And I wonder if there might be, are you having conversations with Boulder County Public Health around locating these things? Are there ways that we can sort of combine force? Because I understand why that's a politically difficult thing, but I also think that it's a life-saving and important thing. And so how can we maybe have a collaboration between public health and the police to maybe help find ways to make things like that more supportable?
What I can tell you is our chief of staff, McNiven, meets monthly with the Boulder County Public Health Group that talks about all of these issues. I don't know if that's been a specific discussion they've had on placing those downtown. Obviously, that's not something that we would make on our own. We would loop in the city manager, attorney's office, all of those things. But I can definitely, if that conversation has not been had, I can make sure we're engaging in that conversation.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And yeah, thank you for the presentation. Ryan, you're up next.
Excuse me, thanks. I actually didn't have any in the original, but I just wanted to endorse Taisha's comments about looking at all of our audiences when we show up in large groups and making a principled approach to how we decide to show up. And I know, and I appreciate, Interim Chief, that you said that's something, to some extent, that goes into thinking already. And so I would just like to say thanks to the extent that's happening, and support Taisha's comments that this is really important for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you guys for keeping that fairly concise. Unless there's any other questions, comments, concerns, I think it's time for us to move on to our next very, very exciting topic. Council rules of procedure and rules of decorum discussion.
Exciting. And for that, I think we've got our Deputy City Attorney, Erin Poe, who's going to walk us through some very brief slides on it.
Right, yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Erin Poe, Deputy City Attorney. Tonight is a follow-up conversation from the procedure discussion at the Council retreat and was continued from the consent agenda on June 6th. And Emily or Alicia, I believe there are 2 slides to put up. All right, thank you. And you can go on to the next one. All right. In the revised draft rules that were sent out on Hotline, there are changes that seem non-controversial, and those changes are highlighted in yellow in the revised draft. Those proposed changes are adding sexual orientation to the list of examples of language that is disruptive, allowing a speaker to bring a companion for physical, linguistic, or moral support to the podium, allowing people to set down signs in front of their chair so they do not have to hold them throughout the meeting, replacing gendered language with they, them. In section 16B12, a typo has been corrected, and the list of disruptive noises, devices has been expanded to include the phrase and the like. Also in section 16B12, an example of when clapping is allowed for special events has been added, the language being such as a retirement. And last slide. This slide shows the issues that seem to merit council discussion tonight based on the feedback provided. For item number 1, signs and flags, we heard concerns about the size of signs allowed in the first draft revision and a desire to allow signs larger than what had been proposed so that signs are easily readable from the podium, but not so big that it would block others' view or intrude into the physical space of adjacent attendees. For 1B, we heard concerns about waving of flags and signs and how that can be disruptive when trying to focus and that the motion can trigger migraines. 1B lists 3 options about waving: prohibiting, making no change, or having a provision for the chair to direct the waving to stop if there's a medical need or other concern. One note here is that council would have to be very cautious in making sure that enforcement was consistent about waving, not some signs and not others. For item 1C, we heard feedback suggesting a restriction of signs at the podium. And for item number 2, speaker identification, currently the rules require that a speaker give their address unless they have a safety concern. Other ideas received as feedback included specifying whether a speaker lives within or outside the city and/or the speaker's connection to Boulder, such as employment, schools, or business ownership. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions. If there are changes to language on slide 1, we will make those and bring them forward when this comes back to a future consent agenda.
All right. Who wants to start us off? Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks so much for the presentation. And I really appreciate that you included some of this because I was not expecting the gendered language to show up so soon. So thank you. I would just have one question around the kind of the waving, right? Because some of the things that were already in the rules were things that were there, but just they're challenging to enforce, and specifically around the waving things. I mean, the time that I've facilitated a meeting, right, you're not always able to look in every corner as the meeting facilitator. And so, what are your thoughts on that? Because to me, it feels like an area that's sort of, if we can't easily notice things to enforce them, is that helpful, or does that just leave us in a place where we're potentially treating people unfairly?
My concern would be that it is enforced in some circumstances and not others. So if it is a special concern, like there's a medical issue and that is triggering or worsening a migraine, I think it would be important to put that on the record. If it is a blanket prohibition against waiving, then I think it has to be carefully enforced every single meeting so it doesn't look like it is being enforced selectively.
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, that's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Given the time and trying to get out at soon-ish, do you want to include comments? And so everyone can do questions and comments at the same time. That was an option for you, Nicole.
Sure. Yeah, I think, I have maybe just a similar question around the sign sizes. If you feel like a certain size would be easier or harder to enforce, but like that, the paper size, or like Lauren's half a poster board comment or something like that. It's kind of an easy visual, which is why I thought about that. But anyway, it just would that is one thing that I just wonder about, is the kind of enforcement capacity. And then the other one, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to bring up the slides so I can look at them, because my last one related to one of the other. Oh yeah, it was about those are my comments on sizes. Waiving we talked about, and then speaker identification was the other one. I really would love it if it were just the speaker asking the speaker to identify their connection to the city of Boulder, because I think that for people who live outside the city but maybe work in the city, they may spend just as much time here as people who live in the city and work outside the city. So I think it really is important for us just to think about it. It doesn't sort of give you special status if you're living in the city. Just tell us what your connection is to the city. To give your address, just what is your connection to Boulder? So I would advocate for making that change. Thank you.
All right, next up thank you, Nicole. Next up we have Aaron and then Tina.
So just from a process perspective, I think we have 3 items up for specific discussion. Lauren, I just wonder if we might do them 1, 2, 3, maybe with a straw poll to judge the will of council on those rather than scattershot comments, but I'd leave it up to your discretion.
I appreciate that. I was thinking about that after I made my last comment. If anyone has any questions, let's do those first, and then I'll straw poll those 3 items.
Lauren, can I just say one thing? Colloquying, real quick, I promise.
Sure.
I just wanted to say before we straw poll, I spent a lot of time cutting out sizes so people can see. And since I was the one that brought up the waving, I just wouldn't mind, I'm totally into the majority rules. But I just wanted to give an example of exactly what bothers me and why, so that people understand where I'm coming from, and then whatever it is, if that's okay. Yeah, I did spend a lot of time trying to cut corrugated plastic, and that is not easy.
All right, so Tina, do you have any comments or questions you would like to share before I straw poll?
I do. So fortunately, I raised my hand when I think we were still on questions. So that worked out great. So my first question is, when we talk about the sign sizes, is there still an overarching idea that people shouldn't hold signs in a way that blocks the view or hits the people to the left and right of them and behind them? Is that something that sort of stands alone regardless of how big this sign is?
That's correct. In the first draft that came on the consent agenda, there is language requiring people to hold it below the level of their forehead.
Okay, so that's already something we can enforce.
Well, if it's adopted it is in there currently as a
Right.
revision.
Okay. So, I mean, because some size signs, it would be hard to hold below your forehead while seated. So I just want to keep that in mind as we think about poster sizes or half poster sizes. But so that's one question. And the other is when we talk about what people say when they introduce themselves as a podium in terms of whether they live in the city of Boulder. And for those of you who don't know this, council members receive a list of the people who signed up to speak, those who were chosen by the lottery and where they live, although not everyone fills out the field. Would council people still have access to that Excel sheet that indicates where people live, or would we stop asking for that information altogether under this one proposal?
I think that would be a decision that the city clerk's office would make. My understanding, or I guess my assumption would be that the field would still be filled out, but maybe it's a different drop down. So instead of writing in an address, you could choose from inside city, outside city, or maybe a field to fill in what's your connection to Boulder, depending on what all of you decide you would like to have.
Okay, and is that Excel sheet a public sheet or no? Is the speaker sheet with their addresses, or like what's made public in these cases?
I don't know that we make it public, but my assumption would be that if a request was made, it would be public.
It is a queryable document. It is not a public document. We just use it to make sure we know who's on first, if you will.
Perfect. Okay,
An
thank you.
administrative document.
Okay, and then do I make comments now or no, Lauren? We're doing comments later?
After this, we're going to straw poll. So if you want to make a comment to sway people in the straw poll, go for it.
Okay.
If it's for the end, then save it for the end.
Yeah, my only comment is when I'm making about decisions, particularly those that relate to geographies in the city, for me, it's helpful to know where people live. And also, and as you know, I also supported during the retreat a priority for people who live in the city to speak in general, but that did not pass at our retreat. So, and I didn't ask to relitigate that during this meeting, but I would like to know where people live if possible. And it would just help me with my decision making. And I even would I would encourage people to identify that when they email. I don't view public comment and email very differently in terms of how I make decisions. So I take an email just as seriously as I take a public comment, understanding how extraordinarily difficult it is to get yourself down to chambers on a 6 o'clock on a Thursday, particularly if you're a parent, or if you have a different kind of work schedule. So for me, I sort of view them equally. And I do think it's important to know where people live. Part of it also has to do with the way elections works and the people who elected me. So I do serve a broader community than the city of Boulder. And I understand that, but I also am very careful with the people who pay taxes in the city. So that's my thought. So I would like to know where people live. And it can be as simple as I live in the city and I live outside of the city. And if people want to describe their connection, that would be fantastic. I do not need to know the street address. But I also know that in some of our community surveys, we've asked people, do you live near Iris? Do you live in North Boulder? You know, some of these geography things to understand how it impacts people in different parts of the city. And I think that's important when you're making a decision that's as impactful as something like Iris. So thanks.
Thank you, Tina. Up next, we have Matt and then Aaron.
Thanks, Lauren. My question is pretty brief. It really kind of comes up to the holding of a sign or flag. I know as Aaron pointed out that it's like the forehead. To me, that's such an ambiguous line. I would keep it much simpler and just say like it above or below the face. I mean, because again, I mean, I just some of us have bigger foreheads than others, right? So I just think that I think it's kind of these Occam razor things. The simplest solutions is often the best. Just make it the face and call it rather than so I know we're nitpicking a little, but I think let's just try to keep those a little simple. My comment is I think we're on the right track in general. We should know generally that what people's attachment to this city is. I don't need a street address and number specifically, but I agree. I want to know if they live or work here. It just contextualizes the feedback in a way. It doesn't make me discount it one way or another. It just helps me have a better understanding of what's maybe rooting that comment, and maybe and sink into their feedback to us a little bit deeper than I otherwise would if I had none of that context. So I think we're in a good path here. So appreciate all the hard work and back and forth to get where we are.
Thanks, Matt. Aaron, you're up next, and then Tara, and then Taisha.
Thanks. So just a quick question to Aaron Poe. I'm sensitive to the concern around waving and that being distracting and even causing physical problems. But Aaron, my question to you would be, waving, I worry about it being a subjective standard. Like, could you maybe describe for me how I or Nicole or another presiding officer could distinguish between slight movement of a sign and something that qualifies as waving?
I'll try. I guess my thought would be waving is an intentional movement. So not a sway or a lean or a tilt, but movement with muscle. You're getting your heart
Okay,
rate up.
that helps. Actually, that kind of envisions how I could have a criterion for that. So that actually that makes sense. So that helps. I appreciate that. And then just my one thing, my very quick comment on asking people about their connections to Boulder. I'm kind of agnostic about which approach we take. I just would ask that not be something that we enforce. Like if somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I'm Joe Schmo," but then doesn't tell us what we're requesting people to tell us, that I or somebody else doesn't have to say, "Hey, you have to stop until you give us the required information." So that would just be that it be a request rather than a requirement. And with that, I'm agnostic is what approach we take. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Tara?
Okay. So back in, this is going to be fun. This is my old campaign font from years ago. This is 18 by 24. Who doesn't see it? You will see it. So when it goes like this, intentionally, I could honestly, my head starts spinning. And so it didn't happen that much, but a few times, like mostly with flags where people are like waving their flag or moving the sign intentionally like this, which probably happened like I don't know, 5 or 10 times. That was really hard for me. This is like a regular sign that would be like 12 by 18, 11 by 17 or whatever. Really hard to cut this out. But when you go like this and you have to keep it lower, it is definitely not as bad. But, if you're going like this and you're in the front row and I'm trying to, like, my head is spinning that. So I'm just leaving it up to you guys all, just to know where I was coming from. And however you decide is fine. But that's what was happening to me.
Thanks, Tara. Taisha?
Excuse me. So I just wanted to lift up that anybody who steps foot into the city and pays or buys anything is paying taxes too. They're just not paying property taxes. So I want to honor that there are people that come in and spend money, lots of it, and some even more so than some people pay on property tax in Real Deal Holyfield. So there's that. So I say that to say I would be interested to know what the relationship is, whether they live, work, play, study here. And I'm also just mindful of any requirements that we make here, to Tina's earlier point, which I also wholeheartedly agree with, which is I take public comment as seriously as emails. And so if we're making requirements on where you from and all that stuff, then it also needs to be in the email. And I just, again, I feel like, whatever people want to give information they want to provide to us, to impact the decisions that we want to make is the information that they want to provide to us. And, we can take it with whatever grain of salt. Like, people know, Tina, that you want to know that information. So if they're trying to get something across to you, they better bring that information. Versus some of, others that may not, feel as, about where people live. So that's how I feel about that. As far as the sign situation, one, I just love the whole whatever signs is, I just want it to be a standard sign size. So it's 9 by 11, whatever it is, just make it easy. Don't make it something hard. And then as far as the size, I agree with Matt, as far as like this whole thing, I don't even want to play this game, like below your chest and more importantly, in your area. My biggest concern is when it blocks other people's view and ability to see what is going on. That is what is my biggest issue. I'm fine with you having a sign. I didn't even mind people in the back that put their stuff in the back. Because again, not blocking anybody's view, but you still have your voice heard. And ironically, Tara, I almost agree with you on this piece just because it is distracting, but I don't want to make another rule like about it, right? It's not so egregious that we got to make a sign about it. But I do hear you on that. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Taisha. I had a quick question around, let's see, whose role is it to enforce these rules?
It would be whoever is presiding at the meeting, generally the mayor, mayor pro tem, or who else would be substituting in that role.
Thank you. Mayor, do you feel like you can consistently enforce signage signs, and where people are holding them and whether or not people move them around to the extent that we would be required to do so as to not face legal challenge around unequal enforcement?
Thanks for that question, Lauren. I appreciate it. Because meeting management can be a real challenge sometimes. I feel like generally it would be possible. I mean, I can't measure signs. So, if we decide 11 by 17 and it's 12 by 19, we're not going to have any idea. But it would be pretty clear if somebody had some enormous sign. I feel like if one person is waving a sign in front, that's manageable. If 14 people are waving things all across the room, that's going to be very tough. So I think size. Yeah. Aaron Poe, do you want to jump in?
Sure. I don't think we would leave you entirely alone in enforcement efforts. And in my mind, with signs, as people are coming in and taking their seats, if staff sees someone with a large sign or flag, we could approach them before the meeting starts and let them know this is the council rule. Your sign doesn't seem to fit it. Would you like to set it somewhere else so you can stay for the meeting? So I think we could do some proactive work to try and set it up for success, but ultimately it is to the presiding officer to actually enforce.
Okay, thank you.
I think Tara's got something.
Tara?
Along those lines, what happens if somebody refuses to do something about their sign? Like what happens? I'm just curious if let's say an officer of the court goes up and says, that sign is too big. And they say, well, too bad. I'm going to have it anyway. Yeah.
Well, Tara, I can answer that. I mean, generally when people have not been complying with the rules and procedures, I've given them multiple warnings. And then if they have still not been complying, then I've called a recess. Nicole has done this as well, called a recess, and we leave for a while. And if we come back and they're still doing it, then we might leave again. And the next step after that would be to ask for chambers to be cleared if people are still not complying. Which I know Nicole did at one point, right? So I think those are our tools generally.
Thanks for that, Aaron. So I'll kind of wrap up my comments by saying that I do have concerns about this being equal. My dog also has concerns. We have concerns about this being equally enforced, and I guess I'm concerned that it isn't going to lead to fewer disruptions in the meeting, that we're going to have more disruptions to have things about moving signs around. And I ultimately don't think that that's going to help us get this business of the city done. Thank you. Tina, I see that you have your hand up also.
Yeah, I just on the signs, my goal would be that people can see the meeting and that they're not, and that the signs don't disrupt. So for me, it's not so much the sign or regulating the size, because you can't have a sign that's a certain size and block someone's view. So for me, it would rather be any sign you bring and cannot be distracting to the people around you or interrupt their ability to view the meeting. And I'm not sure I would even go after the sign necessarily. So it's just a different way I think that's how I'm looking at it.
Thank you for that. That is making me a little bit question how we do our straw poll after this, but I will keep thinking about it as Nicole gives her comment.
Yeah, I had a similar question after that, but then also had a question for Aaron Pope. And it's just around that, because I'm trying to think about, like, how do I enforce, as a meeting facilitator, someone who has a sign that maybe in somebody else's space, like that just, especially in a packed room, that seems nearly impossible to kind of put myself in the place of all the different people and think, is that blocking me, all of that. So I'm curious about, just from an enforcement perspective, is that anything that we would have the ability to do, or would that be something that staff were on the lookout for? Like, how would we do something like that?
It would not be staff during the meeting. Like, we might be able to catch some people on their way in, and I see Nuria has her hand up.
I do. And I just want to say I understand, right, that the issue of enforcement is a difficult one. And I would say it troubles me and concerns me a little bit to put staff in that position as well, because staff is not positioned all the time to see what angles there are. I think we have mechanisms, and I think, Mayor, you were speaking to them. There are ways in which to take, and we have talked about it, to take a recess, to ask for better behavior, to take another recess, to clear chambers if we need to, right? There are ways in which we are not escalating a situation. Thankfully, in our community, we have not seen a lot of this, but in other communities, there are folks who if they want to disrupt a meeting, they will disrupt a meeting and are looking for some interaction and some escalation. I would say that we would not want to give them that benefit of that kind of disruption. And we have other tools at our disposal. And that is why perhaps taking recesses and doing things appropriate. I would say too that there are signs and there are signs, right? And I think that we see when there are signs that are in the aisles, when there are signs that are in front and blocking views, there's a difference when we see them. And I think it is, I think that there are some things that it when you see it, and it is really hard to be concise unless you're trying to get to a very, 8 by 10 or 11 by 17 or be very directive about it. But I think people know when a disruption is happening, more or less.
Thank you, Nuria. Does anyone else have any comments? My idea for the straw polling is that we'll go through the 3 things, or I guess 4 items that were in our presentation, and then if anyone has any other items that they would like to propose, we can straw poll those as well. Does that sound good? Nods of approval? Yes, great. So our first one will be for the size of signs and flags. Do we want to restrict the size to, I guess I'll break this into 2, to 11 by 17? Everyone in favor of the 11 by 17 option, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count 7.
I got 8, but
Oh, you got 8. Maybe you, I think, did you raise your hand, Aaron?
I did. It was kind of hard to see.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna not pull the next size then, because that seems like it would have a majority unless anyone objects. Waiving, do we want to prohibit the waving of signs or flags? I see 1, 2. Okay, 2. So that does not seem like it meets the majority requirement to move forward. And then speaker identification. So I can see it seemed like from comments, the main interest was in making a recommendation for sort of generally locating people in their relation to Boulder, but not requiring that and not requiring an address. Mark, do you have a question?
Yeah, just to go back to the signs. I had thought that the whole point of restricting size of signs was to prevent their use in a manner that interferes with the sight lines and ability of others to see. I don't have a view one way or the other with respect to waving, but are we not going to?
I will also ask about the above the, if we want to restrict them to being below the chin.
I would use just a more descriptive in a manner that is, you know, that interferes with other people's ability to see the proceedings. I don't know that I want to be measuring somebody's forehead.
Colloquy on a minute, just for clarity. If it's here and can't go any higher, this is the jiggle. This is the way. It's not this, right? So it's not blocking people if it's still like in this zone, and they can.
Yeah, if you want,
they could do origami for all I care. But this is the zone, right? It's a strike zone.
yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem if somebody wants to wave their sign as long as it's not up here and blocking everybody behind them. If they think they're communicating better by jiggling a sign, jiggle away. But don't block other people's view plane.
Okay. I'm not planning on repolling that because we only got 2. Okay. Yes, Aaron?
Yeah, and I don't want to repoll that. Just to Mark's comment, I just want to harken back to what Nicole said about as facilitator. I would really strongly prefer something that's relating how the sign is to your body rather than whether it's blocking other people, because it's near impossible to tell everybody's field of view from the dais. So Mark, if we could just have something that's like, you can't hold it higher than the top of your head or something like that.
That'll work. That'll work.
Thank you.
And what I kind of heard from our discussion was an interest in keeping it below your chin. Have signs must be below the face. So let's poll that. Who is in favor of that option? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That has a majority to move forward. The speaker identification. Would we like to, I think I was starting to say this already, ask but not require people to give their relation to Boulder or the area in which they may live, but not require an address?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
We still receive the information of who's speaking and
We can adjust those fields so that could be required information.
But not
or,
necessarily something that's made public. I mean, unless Corad.
Yes, which is how it currently is.
Right.
But we could also make it so that the field is recommended. I don't know, Elisha, is it currently
Recommended,
a field
not
that's
required.
recommended or required? Sorry.
Sorry, Alicia.
The
address
is, yes. It's
required.
Okay. I just wanted to I just wanted to try. I was trying to remember in mind. Do we have that information? Thank you.
But we could change that, right? So that it wouldn't be required on the form. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am, we can change that, and we can also change the fields of the information that you're requesting.
I see Matt and Tina have their hands up.
Thing if we could try to find a middle ground here. There's sometimes I think help when we get the printout and you see someone's address, because there's some I think that's actually it's semi-private, right? It's not just out in the ether. They have to core it. I don't know, but when's the last time someone cored the speaker list, right? That's probably a fair question to ask. I probably never. Or so I think we're pretty safe there on that one. But I think in terms of what they say at the in chambers, I think that's maybe different. I don't think we need to have the same fields. I'd keep it consistent for Alicia. If they put their address there, that's helpful. I can use a specific example for myself where that was helpful. Someone gave testimony and talked about very acute things with regard to airport noise. And so I was just curious, and I looked at their address and I realized that person lived nowhere near the airport. And I was like, okay, well, now I can contextualize their feedback, right? So that sometimes is sometimes helpful. But I would, but in terms of at the chambers, I would just say, what's your relationship to the city, and keep it simple. But that information is helpful maybe in the spreadsheet.
Okay, I can pull them separately. Tina, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just had a question. The address field is not always filled out on the sheet we get. Is it kind of required, but you can choose not to do it and your sign up still goes through? Is that accurate?
Yes, but the only thing that I had a question with, and I'll have to check with my IT people, it's supposed to be a field that you can't proceed if you don't fill it out. So I did notice that lately, but in the past, and it might have been just a setting that I need to check, but yeah, it is supposed to be a required field that you can't proceed unless it's filled out.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You can often fill fields like that out with not the, sufficient information to actually provide something though, so it's hard to
Yeah,
enforce.
and for me, it's just helpful to make decisions, to know where people are coming from, so I have context. So that's up to the speaker at the end of the day, and that's part of the whole thing.
Okay. I would really like to get towards polling this. Matt, I still see that you have a hand up. I don't know if that's okay, that's an old hand. Tara? You're on mute.
The only thing I want to say is I would like whatever we decide, whether or not doesn't matter to me, if we just as long as we say how we're related to Boulder, that it be required, so that when you sign up, we see why. Because what I'm trying to know is if somebody is from completely another state and don't live or work or play in Boulder, that I would like to know. Because sometimes outside influence, I want to know. I'm not saying they shouldn't speak, but I just want to know if that's the case.
And do you feel that way about in-person comment? Because we had a, request from our mayor to not require that, which
I would like to be required. I believe it was Nicole's request for how you are related to Boulder. I would like that to be required, just because our elections are coming up. We have a lot of outside influences. Anybody can speak from anywhere, especially remotely. And so I'm not really comfortable with somebody from some other country, is whatever that is, just giving their opinion and then we weigh it without really knowing some background.
Okay. I'm going to poll now. First, I am going to poll for in-person comment recommending that people give where we are located, their relation to Boulder and where they're located. Who would like to vote for that option? Is that a vote, Nicole, or a hand?
Those are two separate things for me. So that's, I just got lost on what it is we're doing. I'm sorry. Is that the
in-person comment?
Yep.
A recommendation that people give their relation to Boulder, potentially the area of Boulder. But again, all of this is just a recommendation.
Yep. Okay. Got it.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Since that passed with a majority, I'm not going to pull other options for in-person. I'm going to move on for remote and pull the same question for, when we get the list for this, I guess that would be speaker comment. Aaron.
Yeah, not remote, but when people sign up for comment.
Thank you for that clarification. So asking people, they're recommending the people give their relation to Boulder, potentially the portion of Boulder that they're from, when they sign up for public comment.
So not requiring, but recommending?
Yes, I will pull requiring next if this does not pass or does not receive majority support. Recommending?
And this again is the seat that we get, the information that we get that could be court. Okay, just want to clarify. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, I got 3 for recommending. Let's try requiring.
We're requiring the relationship to Boulder, not necessarily the address or those kinds of things, correct?
Yes, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Great. I think that covers everything that staff asked. Aaron, yes, what would you like in clarification?
Well, what about we didn't do like remote. Oh wait, that is only forget it. Forget it.
I think that was what I was looking to clarify. The second to last straw vote said in-person comment, but by that you just mean speaker comment, whether they are via Zoom or standing in chambers, correct?
Yeah. If we had gone 30 minutes faster on the earlier portion, I would be that much more awake right now. Yes, Nuria.
Just a point of clarification. I believe the last vote was requiring what type of connection you have in Boulder. Does that mean council would like us to also remove the address form, or in addition to the connection, have the address blank if people choose to fill that out?
Yes, Nicole?
I was just going to advocate for one of those options, which is to remove the address form, but since it's required to state what your relationship is, I mean, that's fine. I think we could still recommend, it is sometimes helpful to know where in Boulder you are, coming from. So you could give like a neighborhood or something, but my preference would be to remove it. And that's particularly because I personally don't feel comfortable that public comment speakers' addresses are made public. I don't, or could be made public, right, under a quorum request. I think the climate that we're in right now, I don't think is always a safe one. And I don't love the idea of people's addresses who are speaking at public comment being publicly available, even if it's through a quorum request.
I'd like to make a recommendation that it could be a box that says, if you would like to tell us what part of town you have a connection with or your address, you are welcome to, but doesn't sort of specify what people have to do there and that it's optional.
Can I speak back to that?
Yeah.
I would just still like to not have addresses at all in here. I think having like what area you're from, we've got like the 10, neighborhood areas or whatever, could just be a drop-down menu, something like that, fine. But I just, I'm not sure that some folks understand the risk that can come from having your address be made publicly available. And I would hate for somebody to put their address there and then for them just to be getting any kind of negative experience from whatever their feedback was, because someone was able to get a hold of their address. So I would prefer to just be done with addresses.
Okay.
What about neighborhood?
Taisha has had her hand up, and then
It's on this too, so I'm good. So I actually would like city and state or, you know, I think that could be a nice compromise because I do, and I also love the drop down. But to the earlier comments of like, I do think it's important, but I just don't think it's mandatory. So, but if, you know, there's a strong preference, then I would prefer to just have the city. And I think that that exacerbates. The other piece is we're not enforcing it when they put their address down. They could put any address.
Yeah.
So, I think that's the other thing that I'm just very mindful of. But to your point, Nicole, I just am not comfortable with the possibility of getting that information at the same time. I am kind of thinking like we do need to know who these people are. Like, what if something goes down or something happens?
You're on mute, maybe. We can't hear the last little bit you said. Okay. Okay. I still can't hear you. But you're making gestures like it's okay to move on, so I will move to Erin, who has her hand up.
Thank you. It strikes me that this last part about what goes in the drop down fields and how we do that would not be something we address through council rules, but would be something that we could handle operationally. Is that okay?
That sounds
Okay.
fantastic. And I'm
Then we
seeing
can
lots of thumbs
tweak
up.
it as needed also.
Okay, great. Does anyone else have anything they would like to poll on related to this? And Erin, did you have any other questions for us before we wrap up this item?
No, this is wonderful. We'll take it back and do another revision and bring it forward to a consent agenda. Thank you
for that. Erin?
I just wanted to say from one Erin to another, I thought that hotline that you put out was exceptionally clear and extremely helpful leading up to this discussion. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you all so much for making it through this very long agenda that was jam-packed with important things and thoughtful conversation. Thanks for bearing with, and I would like to call an adjournment to this meeting at 10:25.
Great job, Lauren.
Have a good night, you guys.